Book 1, Chapters 4 to 10 of History of Animals by Aristotle. Translated by D'Arcy Wentworth Thompson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. Every animal is supplied with moisture, and if the animal be deprived of the same by natural causes or artificial means, death ensues. Further, every animal has another part in which the moisture is contained. These parts are blood and vein, and in other animals there is something to correspond. But in these latter the parts are imperfect, being merely fiber and serum or lymph. Touch has its seat in a part uniform and homogeneous, as in the flesh or something of the kind, and generally with animals supplied with blood, in the parts charged with blood. In other animals it has its seat in parts analogous to the parts charged with blood, but in all cases it is seated in parts that in their texture are homogeneous. The active faculties, on the contrary, are seated in the parts that are heterogeneous, as, for instance, the business of preparing the food is seated in the mouth, and the office of locomotion in the feet, the wings, or in organs to correspond. Again, some animals are supplied with blood, as man, the horse, and all such animals as are, when full grown, either destitute of feet, or two-footed, or four-footed. Other animals are bloodless, such as the bee and the wasp, and of marine animals, the cuttlefish, the crawfish, and all such animals as have more than 4 feet. Chapter 5. Again, some animals are viviparous, others oviparous, others vermiparous, or grub-bearing. Some are viviparous, such as man, the horse, the seal, and all other animals that are hair-coated, and of marine animals, the cetaceans, as the dolphin, and the so-called selachia. Of these latter animals, some have a tubular air passage and no gills, as the dolphin and the whale. The dolphin with the air passage going through its back, the whale with the air passage in its forehead. Others have uncovered gills, as the selachia, the sharks and rays. What we term an egg is a certain completed result of conception out of which the animal that is to be develops, and in such a way that in respect to its primitive germ it comes from part only of the egg, while the rest serves for food as the germ develops. A grub, on the other hand, is a thing out of which in its entirety the animal in its entirety develops, by differentiation and growth of the embryo. Of viviparous animals, some hatch eggs in their own interior, as creatures of the shark kind. Others engender in their interior a live fetus, as man and the horse. When the result of conception is perfected, with some animals a living creature is brought forth, with others an egg is brought to light, with others a grub. Of the eggs, some have egg shells, and are of 2 different colors within, such as birds' eggs. Others are soft-skinned and of uniform color, as the eggs of animals of the shark kind. Of the grubs, some are from the first capable of movement, others are motionless. However, with regard to these phenomena, we shall speak precisely hereafter, when we come to treat of generation. Furthermore, some animals have feet, and some are destitute thereof. Of such as have feet, some animals have 2, as is the case with men and birds, and with men and birds only. Some have 4, as the lizard and the dog. Some have more, as the centipede and the bee. But all soever that have feet have an even number of them. Of swimming creatures that are destitute of feet, some have winglets or fins, as fishes, and of these some have 4 fins, 2 above on the back, 2 below on the belly, as the gilt head and the bass. Some have 2 only, to wit, such as are exceedingly long and smooth, as the eel and the conger. Some have none at all, as the murrhina, but use the sea just as snakes use dry ground. And, by the way, snakes swim in water in just the same way. Of the shark kind, some have no fins, such as those that are flat and long-tailed, as the ray and the stingray. But these fishes swim actually by the undulatory motion of their flat bodies. The fishing frog, however, has fins, and so likewise have all such fishes as have not their flat surfaces thinned off to a sharp edge. Of those swimming creatures that appear to have feet, as is the case with the mollusks, these creatures swim by the aid of their feet and their fins as well, and they swim most rapidly backwards in the direction of the trunk, as is the case with the cuttlefish or sepia and the calamari. And, by the way, neither of these latter can walk as the pulp or octopus can. The hard-skinned or crustaceous animals, like the crawfish, swim by the instrumentality of their tail parts, and they swim most rapidly tail foremost by the aid of the fins developed upon that member. The newt swims by means of its feet and tail, and its tail resembles that of the sheatfish, to compare little with great. Of animals that can fly, some are furnished with feathered wings, as the eagle and the hawk. Some are furnished with membranous wings, as the bee and the cockchafer. Others are furnished with leathern wings, as the flying fox and the bat. All flying creatures possessed of blood have feathered wings or leathern wings. The bloodless creatures have membranous wings, as insects. The creatures that have feathered wings or leathern wings have either 2 feet or no feet at all, for there are said to be certain flying serpents in Ethiopia that are destitute of feet. Creatures that have feathered wings are classed as a genus under the name of bird. The other 2 genera, the leathern-winged and membrane-winged, are as yet without a generic title. Of creatures that can fly and are bloodless, some are coleopterous or sheath-winged, for they have their wings in a sheath or shard, like the cockchafer and the dung beetle. Others are sheathless, and of these latter some are dipterous and some tetrapterous. Tetrapterous, such as are comparatively large or have their stings in the tail. Dipterous, such as are comparatively small or have their stings in front. The coleoptera are without exception devoid of stings. The diptera have the sting in front, as the fly, the horsefly, the gadfly, and the gnat. Bloodless animals, as a general rule, are inferior in point of size to blooded animals, though, by the way, there are found in the sea some few bloodless creatures of abnormal size, as in the case of certain mollusks. And of these bloodless genera, those are the largest that dwell in milder climates, and those that inhabit the sea are larger than those living on dry land or in fresh water. All creatures that are capable of motion move with 4 or more points of motion. The blooded animals with 4 only, as for instance man with 2 hands and 2 feet, birds with 2 wings and 2 feet, quadrupeds and fishes severally with 4 feet and 4 fins, creatures that have 2 winglets or fins, or that have none at all, like serpents, move all the same with not less than 4 points of motion, for there are 4 bends in their bodies as they move, or 2 bends together with their fins. Bloodless and many-footed animals, whether furnished with wings or feet, move with more than 4 points of motion, as for instance the dayfly moves with 4 feet and 4 wings. And, I may observe in passing, this creature is exceptional, not only in regard to the duration of its existence, whence it receives its name, but also because, though a quadruped, it has wings also. All animals move alike, 4-footed and many-footed. In other words, they all move cross-corner-wise, and animals in general have 2 feet in advance. The crab alone has 4. Chapter 6. A very extensive genera of animals, into which other subdivisions fall, are the following: 1. Of birds, 1. Of fishes, and another of cetaceans. Now, all these creatures are blooded. There is another genus of the hard-shell kind, which is called oyster; another of the soft-shell kind, not as yet designated by a single term, such as the spiny crawfish and the various kinds of crabs and lobsters; and another of mollusks, as the 2 kinds of calamari and the cuttlefish. That of insects is different. All these latter creatures are bloodless, and such of them as have feet have a goodly number of them, and of the insects some have wings as well as feet. Of the other animals the genera are not extensive, for in them one species does not comprehend many species. But in one case, as man, the species is simple, admitting of no differentiation, while other cases admit of differentiation, but the forms lack particular designations. So, for instance, creatures that are quadrupedal and unprovided with wings are blooded without exception, but some of them are viviparous and some oviparous. Such as are viviparous are hair-coated, and such as are oviparous are covered with a kind of tessellated hard substance, and the tessellated bits of this substance are, as it were, similar in regard to position to a scale. An animal that is blooded and capable of movement on dry land, but is naturally unprovided with feet, belongs to the serpent genus, and animals of this genus are coated with the tessellated horny substance. Serpents in general are oviparous. The adder, an exceptional case, is viviparous, for not all viviparous animals are hair-coated, and some fishes also are viviparous. All animals, however, that are hair-coated are viviparous. For, by the way, one must regard as a kind of hair such prickly hairs as hedgehogs and porcupines carry, for these spines perform the office of hair, and not of feet, as is the case with similar parts in sea urchins. In the genus that combines all viviparous quadrupeds are many species, but under no common appellation. They are only named, as it were, one by one, as we say, man, lion, stag, horse, dog, and so on, though, by the way, there is a sort of genus that embraces all creatures that have bushy manes and bushy tails, such as the horse, the ass, the mule, the jennet, and the animals that are called Hemione in Syria, from their externally resembling mules, though they are not strictly of the same species, and that they are not so is proved by the fact that they mate with and breed from one another. For all these reasons, we must take animals species by species, and discuss their peculiarities severally. These preceding statements, then, have been put forward thus in a general way as a kind of foretaste of the number of subjects and of the properties that we have to consider, in order that we may first get a clear notion of distinctive character and common properties. By and by, we shall discuss these matters with greater minuteness. After this, we shall pass on to the discussion of causes. For to do this, when the investigation of the details is complete, is the proper and natural method, and that whereby the subjects and the premises of our argument will afterwards be rendered plain. In the first place, we must look to the constituent parts of animals, for it is in a way relative to these parts, first and foremost, that animals in their entirety differ from one another, either in the fact that some have this or that, while they have not that or this, or by peculiarities of position or of arrangement, or by the differences that have been previously mentioned, depending upon diversity of form, on excess or defect in this or that particular, on analogy, or on contrasts of the accidental qualities. To begin with, we must take into consideration the parts of man. For just as each nation is wont to reckon by that monetary standard with which it is most familiar, so must we do in other matters. And, of course, man is the animal with which we are all of us the most familiar. Now, the parts are obvious enough to physical perception. However, with the view of observing due order and sequence, and of combining rational notions with physical perception, we shall proceed to enumerate the parts, firstly the organic, and afterwards the simple or non-composite. Chapter VII. The chief parts into which the body as a whole is subdivided are the head, the neck, the trunk, extending from the neck to the privy parts, which is called the thorax, 2 arms and 2 legs. Of the parts of which the head is composed, the hair-covered portion is called the skull. The front portion of it is termed bregma, or sinciput, developed after birth, for it is the last of all the bones in the body to acquire solidity. The hinder part is termed the occiput, and the part intervening between the sinciput and the occiput is the crown. The brain lies underneath the sinciput. The occiput is hollow. The skull consists entirely of thin bone, rounded in shape, and contained within a wrapper of fleshless skin. The skull has sutures, one of circular form in the case of women, in the case of men, as a general rule, 3 meeting at a point. Instances have been known of a man's skull devoid of suture altogether. In the skull, the middle line where the hair parts is called the crown or vertex. In some cases the parting is double, that is to say, some men are double-crowned, not in regard to the bony skull, but in consequence of the double fall or set of the hair. Chapter VIII. The part that lies under the skull is called the face, but in the case of man only, for the term is not applied to a fish or to an ox. In the face, the part below the sinciput and between the eyes is termed the forehead. When men have large foreheads, they are slow to move. When they have small ones, they are fickle. When they have broad ones, they are apt to be distraught. When they have foreheads rounded or bulging out, they are quick-tempered. Chapter IX. Underneath the forehead are two eyebrows. Straight eyebrows are a sign of softness of disposition, such as curve in towards the nose, of harshness, such as curve out towards the temples, of humor and dissimulation, such as are drawn in towards one another, of jealousy. Under the eyebrows come the eyes. These are naturally two in number. Each of them has an upper and a lower eyelid, and the hairs on the edges of these are termed eyelashes. The central part of the eye includes the moist part, whereby vision is affected, termed the pupil, and the part surrounding it called the black. The part outside this is the white. A part common to the upper and lower eyelid is a pair of nicks or corners, one in the direction of the nose, and the other in the direction of the temples. When these are long, they are a sign of bad disposition. If the side toward the nostril be fleshy and comb-like, they are a sign of dishonesty. All animals, as a general rule, are provided with eyes, excepting the ostracoderms and other imperfect creatures. At all events, all viviparous animals have eyes, with the exception of the mole. And yet, one might assert that though the mole has not eyes in the full sense, yet it has eyes in a kind of a way. For, in point of absolute fact, it cannot see and has no eyes visible externally. But when the outer skin is removed, it is found to have the place where eyes are usually situated, and the black parts of the eyes rightly situated, and all the place that is usually devoted on the outside to eyes, showing that the parts are stunted in development, and the skin allowed to grow over. Chapter 10. Of the eye, the white is pretty much the same in all creatures, but what is called the black differs in various animals. Some have the rim black, some distinctly blue, some grayish blue, some greenish, and this last color is the sign of an excellent disposition, and is particularly well adapted for sharpness of vision. Man is the only, or nearly the only, creature that has eyes of diverse colors. Animals, as a rule, have eyes of one color only. Some horses have blue eyes. Of eyes, some are large, some small, some medium-sized. Of these, the medium-sized are the best. Moreover, eyes sometimes protrude, sometimes recede, sometimes are neither protruding nor receding. Of these, the receding eye is in all animals the most acute, but the last kind are the sign of the best disposition. Again, eyes are sometimes inclined to wink under observation, sometimes to remain open and staring, and sometimes are disposed neither to wink nor stare. The last kind are the sign of the best nature, and of the others, the latter kind indicates impudence, and the former indecision. End of chapter 10. Chapters 18 to 20 of Book 6 of History of Animals by Aristotle, translated by D'Arcy Wentworth Thompson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18. We have then treated pretty fully of the animals that fly in the air or swim in the water, and of such of those that walk on dry land as are oviparous, to wit, of their pairing, conception, and the like phenomena. It now remains to treat of the same phenomena in connection with viviparous land animals and with man. The statements made in regard to the pairing of the sexes apply partly to the particular kinds of animal, and partly to all in general. It is common to all animals to be most excited by the desire of one sex for the other, and by the pleasure derived from copulation. The female is most cross-tempered just after parturition, the male during the time of pairing. For instance, stallions at this period bite one another, throw their riders and chase them. Wild boars, though usually enfeebled at this time as the result of copulation, are now unusually fierce, and fight with one another in an extraordinary way, clothing themselves with defensive armour, or in other words, deliberately thickening their hide by rubbing against trees, or by coating themselves repeatedly all over with mud, and then drying themselves in the sun. They drive one another away from the swine pastures, and fight with such fury that very often both combatants succumb. The case is similar with bulls, rams, and he-goats. For though at ordinary times they herd together, at breeding time they hold aloof from and quarrel with one another. The male camel also is cross-tempered at pairing time, if either a man or a camel comes near him. As for a horse, a camel is ready to fight him at any time. It is the same with wild animals. The bear, the wolf, and the lion are all at this time ferocious towards such as come in their way. But the males of these animals are less given to fight with one another from the fact that they are at no time gregarious. The she-bear is fierce after cubbing, and the bitch after pupping. Male elephants get savage about pairing time, and for this reason it is stated that men who have charge of elephants in India never allow the males to have intercourse with the females, on the ground that the males go wild at this time and turn topsy-turvy the dwellings of their keepers, lightly constructed as they are, and commit all kinds of havoc. They also state that abundancy of food has a tendency to tame the males. They further introduce other elephants amongst the wild ones, and punish and break them in by setting on the newcomers to chastise the others. Animals that pair frequently and not at a single specific season, as for instance animals domesticated by man, such as swine and dogs, are found to indulge in such freaks to a lesser degree owing to the frequency of their sexual intercourse. Of female animals the mare is the most sexually wanton, and next in order comes the cow. In fact, the mare is said to go a-horsing, and the term derived from the habits of this one animal serves as a term of abuse applicable to such females of the human species as are unbridled in the way of sexual appetite. This is the common phenomenon as observed in the sow when she is said to go a-boring. The mare is said also about this time to get wind impregnated, if not impregnated by the stallion. And for this reason, in Crete, they never remove the stallion from the mares. For when the mare gets into this condition, she runs away from all other horses. The mares, under these circumstances, fly invariably either northwards or southwards, and never towards either east or west. When this complaint is on them, they allow no one to approach until either they are exhausted with fatigue, or have reached the sea. Under either of these circumstances they discharge a certain substance called hippomanes, the title given to a growth on a newborn foal. This resembles the sow virus, and is in great request amongst women who deal in drugs and potions. About horsing time, the mares huddle closer together, are continually switching their tails. Their neigh is abnormal in sound, and from the sexual organ there flows a liquid resembling genital sperm, but much thinner than the sperm of the male. It is this substance that some call hippomanes, instead of the growth found on the foal. They say it is extremely difficult to get, as it oozes out only in small drops at a time. Mares also, when in heat, discharge urine frequently, and frisk with one another. Such are the phenomena connected with the horse. Cows go a-bulling, and so completely are they under the influence of the sexual excitement that the herdsmen have no control over them and cannot catch hold of them in the fields. Mares and kine alike, when in heat, indicate the fact by the upraising of their genital organs, and by continually voiding urine. Further, kine mount the bulls, follow them about, and keep standing beside them. The younger females, both with horses and oxen, are the first to get in heat, and their sexual appetites are all the keener if the weather be warm and their bodily condition be healthy. Mares, when clipped of their coat, have the sexual feeling checked, and assume a downcast drooping appearance. The stallion recognizes by the scent the mares that form his company, even though they have been together only a few days before breeding time. If they get mixed up with other mares, the stallion bites and drives away the interlopers. He feeds apart, accompanied by his own troop of mares. Each stallion has assigned to him about 30 mares, or even somewhat more. When a strange stallion approaches, he huddles his mares into a close ring, runs round them, then advances to the encounter of the newcomer. If one of the mares make a movement, he bites her and drives her back. The bull in breeding time begins to graze with the cows, and fights with other bulls, having hitherto grazed with them, which is termed by grazers herd spurning. Often in a pyrrhus, a bull disappears for 3 months together. In a general way, one may state that of male animals either none or few herd with their respective females before breeding time, but they keep separate after reaching maturity, and the two sexes feed apart. Sows, when they are moved by sexual desire, or are, as it is called, abhorring, will attack even human beings. With bitches, the same sexual condition is termed getting into heat. The sexual organ rises at this time, and there is a moisture about the parts. Mares drip with a white liquid at this season. Female animals are subject to menstrual discharges, but never in such abundance as is the female of the human species. With ewes and she-goats, there are signs of menstruation in breeding time, just before the time for submitting to the male. After copulation also the signs are manifest, and then cease for an interval until the period of parturition arrives. The process then supervenes, and it is by this supervention that the shepherd knows that such and such an ewe is about to bring forth. After parturition comes copious menstruation, not at first much tinged with blood, but deeply dyed with it by and by. With the cow, the she-ass, and the mare, the discharge is more copious, actually, owing to their greater bulk, but proportionally to the greater bulk it is far less copious. The cow, for instance, when in heat, exhibits a small discharge to the extent of 1/4 of a pint of liquid, or a little less, and the time when this discharge takes place is the best time for her to be covered by the bull. Of all quadrupeds, the mare is the most easily delivered of its young, exhibits the least amount of discharge after parturition, and emits the least amount of blood, that is to say, of all animals in proportion to size. With kine and mares, menstruation usually manifests itself at intervals of 2, 4, and 6 months. But unless one be constantly attending to and thoroughly acquainted with such animals, it is difficult to verify the circumstance, and the result is that many people are under the belief that the process never takes place with these animals at all. With mules menstruation never takes place, but the urine of the female is thicker than the urine of the male. As a general rule, the discharge from the bladder in the case of quadrupeds is thicker than it is in the human species, and this discharge with ewes and she-goats is thicker than with rams and he-goats. But the urine of the jackass is thicker than the urine of the she-ass, and the urine of the bull is more pungent than the urine of the cow. After parturition, the urine of all quadrupeds becomes thicker, especially with such animals as exhibit comparatively slight discharges. At breeding time, the milk becomes purulent, but after parturition it becomes wholesome. During pregnancy, ewes and she-goats get fatter and eat more, as is also the case with cows, and indeed with the females of all quadrupeds. In general, the sexual appetites of animals are keenest in springtime. The time of pairing, however, is not the same for all, but is adapted so as to ensure the rearing of the young at a convenient season. Domesticated swine carry their young for 4 months, and bring forth a litter of 20 at the utmost. And, by the way, if the litter be exceedingly numerous, they cannot rear all the young. As the sow grows old, she continues to bear, but grows indifferent to the boar. She conceives after a single copulation, but they have to put the boar to her repeatedly, owing to her dropping after intercourse what is called the sow virus. This incident befalls all sows, but some of them discharge the genital sperm as well. During conception, any one of the litter that gets injured or dwarfed is called an after-pig or scut. Such injury may occur at any part of the womb. After littering, the mother offers the foremost teat to the firstborn. When the sow is in heat, she must not at once be put to the boar, but only after she lets her lugs drop, for otherwise she is apt to get into heat again. If she be put to the boar, when in full condition of heat, 1 copulation, as has been said, is sufficient. It is as well to supply the boar at the period of copulation with barley, and the sow at the time of parturition with boiled barley. Some swine give fine litters only at the beginning. With others the litters improve as the mothers grow in age and size. It is said that a sow, if she have one of her eyes knocked out, is almost sure to die soon afterwards. Swine, for the most part, live for 15 years, but some fall little short of the 20. Chapter 19. Ewes conceive after 3 or 4 copulations, with the ram. If rain falls after intercourse, the ram impregnates the ewe again, and it is the same with the she-goat. The ewe bears usually 2 lambs, sometimes 3 or 4. Both ewe and she-goat carry their young for 5 months. Consequently, wherever a district is sunny and the animals are used to comfort and well fed, they bear twice in the year. The goat lives for 8 years, and the sheep for 10, but in most cases not so long. The bellwether, however, lives to 15 years. In every flock they train one of the rams for bellwether. When he is called on by name by the shepherd, he takes the lead of the flock, and to this duty the creature is trained from its earliest years. Sheep in Ethiopia live for 12 or 13 years, goats for 10 or 11. In the case of the sheep and the goat, the 2 sexes have intercourse all their lives long. Twins with sheep and goats may be due to richness of pasturage, or to the fact that either the ram or the he-goat is a twin begetter, or that the ewe or the she-goat is a twin bearer. Of these animals some give birth to males and others to females, and the difference in this respect depends on the waters they drink, and also on the sires. And if they submit to the male when north winds are blowing, they are apt to bear males, if when south winds are blowing, females. Such as bear females may get to bear males, due regard being paid to their looking northwards when put to the male. Ewes accustomed to be put to the ram early will refuse him if he attempt to mount them late. Lambs are born white and black according as white or black veins are under the ram's tongue. The lambs are white if the veins are white, and black if the veins are black, and white and black if the veins are white and black, and red if the veins are red. The females that drink salted waters are the first to take the male. The water should be salted before and after parturition, and again in the springtime. With goats, the shepherds appoint no bellwether, as the animal is not capable of repose, but frisky and apt to ramble. If at the appointed season the elders of the flock are eager for intercourse, the shepherds say that it bodes well for the flock; if the younger ones, that the flock is going to be bad. Chapter 20. Of dogs there are several breeds. Of these, the Laconian hound of either sex is fit for breeding purposes when 8 months old. At about the same age, some dogs lift the leg when voiding urine. The bitch conceives with one lining. This is clearly seen in the case where a dog contrives to line a bitch by stealth, as they impregnate after mounting only once. The Laconian bitch carries her young the 6th part of a year or 60 days, or more by 1, 2, or 3, or less by 1. The pups are blind for 12 days after birth. After pupping, the bitch gets in heat again in 6 months, but not before. Some bitches carry their young for the 5th part of the year or for 72 days, and their pups are blind for 14 days. Other bitches carry their young for a quarter of a year or for 3 whole months, and the whelps of these are blind for 17 days. The bitch appears to go in heat for the same length of time. Menstruation continues for 7 days, and a swelling of the genital organ occurs simultaneously. It is not during this period that the bitch is disposed to submit to the dog, but in the 7 days that follow. The bitch, as a rule, goes in heat for 14 days, but occasionally for 16. The birth discharge occurs simultaneously with the delivery of the whelps, and the substance of it is thick and mucous. The falling off in bulk on the part of the mother is not so great as might have been inferred from the size of her frame. The bitch is usually supplied with milk 5 days before parturition, some 7 days previously, some 4, and the milk is serviceable immediately after birth. The Laconian bitch is supplied with milk 30 days after lining. The milk at first is thickish, but gets thinner by degrees. With the bitch, the milk is thicker than with the female of any other animal excepting the sow and the hare. When the bitch arrives at full growth, an indication is given of her capacity for the male. That is to say, just as occurs in the female of the human species, a swelling takes place in the teats of the breasts, and the breasts take on grizzle. This incident, however, it is difficult for any but an expert to detect, as the part that gives the indication is inconsiderable. The preceding statements relate to the female, and not one of them to the male. The male, as a rule, lifts his leg to void urine when 6 months old, some at a later period, when 8 months old, some before they reach 6 months. In a general way, one may put it that they do so when they are out of puppyhood. The bitch squats down when she voids urine. It is a rare exception that she lifts the leg to do so. The bitch bears 12 pups at the most, but usually 5 or 6. Occasionally, a bitch will bear 1 only. The bitch of the Laconian breed generally bears 8. the two sexes have intercourse with each other at all periods of life. A very remarkable phenomenon is observed in the case of the Laconian hound. In other words, he is found to be more vigorous in commerce with the female after being hard worked than when allowed to live idle. The dog of the Laconian breed lives 10 years, and the bitch 12. The bitch of other breeds usually lives for 14 or 15 years, but some live to 20, and for this reason certain critics consider that Homer did well in representing the dog of Ulysses as having died in his 20th year. With the Laconian hound, owing to the hardships to which the male is put, he is less long-lived than the female. With other breeds, the distinction as to longevity is not very apparent, though, as a general rule, the male is the longer-lived. The dog sheds no teeth except the so-called canines. These a dog of either sex sheds when 4 months old. As they shed these only, many people are in doubt as to the fact, and some people, owing to their shedding but 2, and its being hard to hit upon the time when they do so, fancy that the animal sheds no teeth at all. Others, after observing the shedding of 2, come to the conclusion that the creature sheds the rest in due turn. Men discern the age of a dog by inspection of its teeth. With young dogs the teeth are white and sharp-pointed, with old dogs black and blunted. End of chapter 20. Book 4, Chapter 1 of History of Animals by Aristotle, translated by D'Arcy Wentworth Thompson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1. We have now treated in regard to blooded animals, of the parts they have in common and of the parts peculiar to this genus or that, and of the parts both composite and simple, whether without or within. We now proceed to treat of animals devoid of blood. These animals are divided into several genera. One genus consists of so-called mollusks, and by the term mollusk we mean an animal that, being devoid of blood, has its flesh-like substance outside, and any hard structure it may happen to have inside, in this respect resembling the red-blooded animals, such as the genus of the cuttlefish. Another genus is that of the Malacostraca. These are animals that have their hard structure outside, and their soft or flesh-like substance inside, and the hard substance belonging to them has to be crushed rather than shattered. And to this genus belongs the crawfish and the crab. A third genus is that of the ostracoderms or testaceans. These are animals that have their hard substance outside, and their flesh-like substance within, and their hard substance can be shattered but not crushed. And to this genus belong the snail and the oyster. The fourth genus is that of insects, and this genus comprehends numerous and dissimilar species. Insects are creatures that, as the name implies, have nicks either on the belly or on the back, or on both belly and back, and have no one part distinctly osseous, and no one part distinctly fleshy, but are throughout a something intermediate between bone and flesh. That is to say, their body is hard all through, inside and outside. Some insects are wingless, such as the Aeolus and the centipede. Some are winged, as the bee, the cockchafer and the wasp. And the same kind is in some cases both winged and wingless, as the ant and the glowworm. In mollusks, the external parts are as follows. In the first place, the so-called feet. Secondly, and attached to these, the head. Thirdly, the mantle sac, containing the internal parts, and incorrectly designated by some writers the hand. And fourthly, fins round about the sac. In all mollusks, the head is found to be between the feet and the belly. All mollusks are furnished with 8 feet, and in all cases these feet are severally furnished with a double row of suckers, with the exception of one single species of pulp or octopus. The sepia, the small calamary, and the large calamary have an exceptional organ in a pair of long arms or tentacles, having at their extremities a portion rendered rough by the presence of 2 rows of suckers, and with these arms or tentacles they apprehend their food and draw it into their mouths, and in stormy weather they cling by them to a rock and sway about in the rough water like ships lying at anchor. They swim by the aid of the fins that they have about the sac. In all cases their feet are furnished with suckers. The octopus, by the way, uses his feelers either as feet or hands. With the 2 which stand over his mouth he draws in food, and the last of his feelers he employs in the act of copulation. And this last one, by the way, is extremely sharp, is exceptional as being of a whitish colour, and at its extremity is bifurcate. That is to say, it has an additional something on the rachis, and by rachis is meant the smooth surface or edge of the arm on the far side from the suckers. In front of the sac and over the feelers they have a hollow tube, by means of which they discharge any sea water that they may have taken into the sac of the body in the act of receiving food by the mouth. They can shift the tube from side to side, and by means of it they discharge the black liquid peculiar to the animal. Stretching out its feet, it swims obliquely in the direction of the so-called head, and by this mode of swimming it can see in front, for its eyes are at the top, and in this attitude it has its mouth at the rear. The head, while the creature is alive, is hard, and looks as though it were inflated. It apprehends and retains objects by means of the under surface of its arms, and the membrane in between its feet is kept at full tension. If the animal get on to the sand, it can no longer retain its hold. There is a difference between the octopus and the other mollusks above mentioned. The body of the octopus is small, and his feet are long, whereas in the others the body is large and the feet short, so short in fact that they cannot walk on them. Compared with one another, the teuthis or calamary is long-shaped, and the sepia flat-shaped, and of the calamaries the so-called teuthus is much bigger than the teuthis, for teuthi have been found as much as 5 ells long. Some sepia attain a length of 2 ells, and the feelers of the octopus are sometimes as long or even longer. The species Teuthus is not a numerous one. The Teuthus differs from the Teuthis in shape, that is, the sharp extremity of the Teuthus is broader than that of the other, and further, the encircling fin goes all round the trunk, whereas it is in part lacking in the Teuthis. Both animals are pelagic. In all cases the hand comes after the feet, in the middle of the feet that are called arms or feelers. There is here situated a mouth and 2 teeth in the mouth, and above these 2 large eyes, and betwixt the eyes a small cartilage enclosing a small brain, and within the mouth it has a minute organ of a fleshy nature, and this it uses as a tongue, for no other tongue does it possess. Next after this on the outside is what looks like a sac. The flesh of which it is made is divisible, not in long straight strips, but in annular flakes, and all mollusks have a cuticle around this flesh. Next after, or at the back of the mouth, comes a long and narrow esophagus, and close after that a crop or craw, large and spherical, like that of a bird. Then comes the stomach, like the fourth stomach in ruminants, and the shape of it resembles the spiral convolution in the trumpet shell. From the stomach there goes back again in the direction of the mouth a thin gut, and the gut is thicker than the esophagus. Mollusks have no viscera, but they have what is called a mytis, and on it a vessel containing a thick black juice. In the sepia or cuttlefish this vessel is the largest, and this juice is most abundant. All mollusks when frightened discharge such a juice, but the discharge is most copious in the cuttlefish. The mytis, then, is situated under the mouth, and the esophagus runs through it, and down below at the point to which the gut extends is the vesicle of the black juice, and the animal has the vesicle and the gut enveloped in one and the same membrane, and by the same orifice discharges both the black juice and the residuum. The animals have also certain hair-like or furry growths in their bodies. In the sepia, the teuthis and the teuthus, the hard parts are within towards the back of the body. Those parts are called in one the sepium, and in the other the sword. They differ from one another, for the sepium in the cuttlefish and the teuthus is hard and flat, being a substance intermediate between bone and fishbone, with in part a crumbling, spongy texture. But in the teuthis the part is thin and somewhat gristly. These parts differ from one another in shape, as do also the bodies of the animals. The octopus has nothing hard of this kind in its interior, but it has a gristly substance round the head, which, if the animal grows old, becomes hard. The females differ from the males. The males have a duct in under the esophagus, extending from the mantle cavity to the lower portion of the sac, and there is an organ to which it attaches resembling a breast. In the female there are two of these organs situated higher up. With both sexes there are underneath these organs certain red formations. The egg of the octopus is single, uneven on its surface and of large size. The fluid substance within is all uniform in colour, smooth, and in colour white. The size of the egg is so great as to fill a vessel larger than the creature's head. The sepia has two sacs, and inside them a number of eggs, like in appearance to white hailstones. For the disposition of these parts I must refer to my anatomical diagrams. The males of all these animals differ from the females, and the difference between the sexes is most marked in the sepia. For the back of the trunk, which is blacker than the belly, is rougher in the male than in the female, and in the male the back is striped, and the rump is more sharply pointed. There are several species of the octopus. One keeps close to the surface and is the largest of them all, and near the shore the size is larger than in deep water. And there are others small, variegated in colour, which are not articles of food. There are two others, one called the Helidone, which differs from its congeners in the length of its legs and in having one row of suckers, all the rest of the mollusks having two, and the other nicknamed variously the Boletina or the onion, and the Ozolis or the stinkard. There are two others found in shells resembling those of the testaceans. One of them is nicknamed by some persons the Nautilus or the Pontilus, or by others the Polypus egg. And the shell of this creature is something like a separate valve of a deep scallop shell. This polypus lives very often near to the shore and is apt to be thrown up high and dry on the beach. Under these circumstances it is found with its shell detached and dies by and by on dry land. These polypods are small and are shaped as regards the form of their bodies, like the Bulbidia. There is another polypus that is placed within a shell like a snail. It never comes out of the shell, but lives inside the shell, like the snail, and from time to time protrudes its feelers. So much for mollusks. End of chapter 1. Chapters 21 to 27 of Book 8 of History of Animals by Aristotle, translated by D'Arcy Wentworth Thompson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 21. To turn to quadrupeds, the pig suffers from 3 diseases, one of which is called barrenness, a disease attended with swellings about the windpipe and the jaws. It may break out in any part of the body. Very often it attacks the foot and occasionally the ear. The neighboring parts also soon rot, and the decay goes on until it reaches the lungs, when the animal succumbs. The disease develops with great rapidity, and the moment it sets in, the animal gives up eating. The swineherds know but one way to cure it, namely by complete excision, when they detect the first signs of the disease. There are 2 other diseases which are both alike termed crurus. The one is attended with pain and heaviness in the head, and this is the commoner of the 2. The other with diarrhea. The latter is incurable. The former is treated by applying wine fomentations to the snout and rinsing the nostrils with wine. Even this disease is very hard to cure. It has been known to kill within 3 or 4 days. The animal is chiefly subject to barrenness when it gets extremely fat, and when the heat has brought a good supply of figs. The treatment is to feed on mashed mulberries, to give repeated warm baths, and to lance the under part of the tongue. Pigs with flabby flesh are subject to measles about the legs, neck, and shoulders, for the pimples develop chiefly in these parts. If the pimples are few in number, the flesh is comparatively sweet, but if they be numerous, it gets watery and flaccid. The symptoms of measles are obvious, for the pimples show chiefly on the underside of the tongue, and if you pluck the bristles off the chine, the skin will appear suffused with blood, and further, the animal will be unable to keep its hind feet at rest. Pigs never take this disease while they are mere sucklings. The pimples may be got rid of by feeding on a kind of spelt called typhe, and this spelt, by the way, is very good for ordinary food. The best food for rearing and fattening pigs is chickpeas and figs. But the one thing essential is to vary the food as much as possible, for this animal, like animals in general, delights in a change of diet, and it is said that one kind of food blows the animal out, that another superinduces flesh, and that another puts on fat, and that acorns, though liked by the animal, render the flesh flaccid. Besides, if a sow eats acorns in great quantities, it will miscarry, as is also the case with the ewe. And indeed, the miscarriage is more certain in the case of the ewe than in the case of the sow. The pig is the only animal known to be subject to measles. 22. Dogs suffer from 3 diseases: rabies, quinsy, and sore feet. Rabies drives the animal mad, and any animal whatever, excepting man, will take the disease if bitten by a dog so afflicted. The disease is fatal to the dog itself, and to any animal it may bite, man excepted. Quinsy also is fatal to dogs, and only a few dogs recover from disease of the feet. The camel, like the dog, is subject to rabies. The elephant, which is reputed to enjoy immunity from all other illnesses, is occasionally subject to flatulency. 23. cattle in herds are liable to two diseases: foot sickness and crowrus. In the former, their feet suffer from eruptions, but the animal recovers from the disease without even the loss of the hoof. It is found of service to smear the horny parts with warm pitch. In crowrus, the breath comes warm at short intervals. In fact, crowrus in cattle answers to fever in man. The symptoms of the disease are drooping of the ears and disinclination for food. The animal soon succumbs, and when the carcass is opened, the lungs are found to be rotten. 24. Horses out at pasture are free from all diseases excepting disease of the feet. From this disease they sometimes lose their hooves, but after losing them they grow them soon again. For as one hoof is decaying, it is being replaced by another. Symptoms of the malady are a sinking in the wrinkling of the lip in the middle under the nostrils, and in the case of the male, a twitching of the right testicle. Stall-reared horses are subject to very numerous forms of disease. They are liable to a disease called ileus. Under this disease, the animal trails its hind legs under its belly so far forward as almost to fall back on its haunches. If it goes without food for several days and turns rabid, it may be of service to draw blood, or to castrate the male. The animal is subject also to tetanus. The veins get rigid, as also the head and neck, and the animal walks with its legs stretched out straight. The horse suffers also from abscesses. Another painful illness afflicts them, called the barley surfeit. The symptoms are a softening of the palate and heat of the breath. The animal may recover through the strength of its own constitution, but no formal remedies are of any avail. There is also a disease called nymphia, in which the animal is said to stand still and droop its head on hearing flute music. If during this ailment the horse be mounted, it will run off at a gallop until it is pulled. Even with this rabies in full force, it preserves a dejected, spiritless appearance. Some of the symptoms are a throwing back of the ears, followed by a projection of them, great languor, and heavy breathing. Heartache also is incurable, of which the symptom is a drawing in of the flanks, and so is displacement of the bladder, which is accompanied by a retention of urine and a drawing up of the hooves and haunches. Neither is there any cure if the animal swallow the grape beetle, which is about the size of the spondyle or knuckle beetle. The bite of the shrew mouse is dangerous to horses and other draught animals as well. It is followed by boils. The bite is all the more dangerous if the mouse be pregnant when she bites, for the boils then burst, but do not burst otherwise. The chichigna, called calcis by some and zygnus by others, either causes death by its bite, or at all events intense pain. It is like a small lizard, with the color of the blind snake. In point of fact, according to experts, the horse and the sheep have pretty well as many ailments as the human species. The drug known under the name of sandarake or realgar is extremely injurious to a horse and to all draught animals. It is given to the animal as a medicine in a solution of water, the liquid being filtered through a colander. The mare, when pregnant, is apt to miscarry when disturbed by the odor of an extinguished candle, and a similar accident happens occasionally to women in their pregnancy. So much for the diseases of the horse. The so-called hippomanus grows, as has been stated, on the foal, and the mare nibbles it off as she licks and cleans the foal. All the curious stories connected with the hippomanus are due to old wives and to the vendors of charms. What is called the polium, or foal's membrane, is, as all the accounts state, delivered by the mother before the foal appears. A horse will recognize the neighing of any other horse with which it may have fought at any previous period. The horse delights in meadows and marshes, and likes to drink muddy water. In fact, if water be clear, the horse will trample in it to make it turbid, will then drink it, and afterwards will wallow in it. The animal is fond of water in every way, whether for drinking or for bathing purposes, and this explains the peculiar constitution of the hippopotamus or river horse. In regard to water, the ox is the opposite of the horse, for if the water be impure or cold, or mixed up with alien matter, it will refuse to drink it. 25. The ass suffers chiefly from one particular disease, which they call melis. It arises first in the head, and a clammy humour runs down the nostrils, thick and red. If it stays in the head, the animal may recover, but if it descends into the lungs, the animal will die. Of all animals of its kind, it is the least capable of enduring extreme cold, which circumstance will account for the fact that the animal is not found on the shores of the Euxine nor in Scythia. 26. Elephants suffer from flatulence, and when thus afflicted, can void neither solid nor liquid residuum. If the elephant swallow earth mould, it suffers from relaxation, but if it go on taking it steadily, it will experience no harm. From time to time it takes to swallowing stones. It suffers also from diarrhea. In this case they administer draughts of lukewarm water or dip its fodder in honey, and either one or the other prescription will prove a causative. When they suffer from insomnia, they will be restored to health if their shoulders be rubbed with salt, olive oil, and warm water. When they have aches in their shoulders, they will derive great benefit from the application of roast pork. Some elephants like olive oil, and others do not. If there is a bit of iron in the inside of an elephant, it is said that it will pass out if the animal takes a drink of olive oil. If the animal refuses olive oil, they soak a root in the oil and give it the root to swallow. So much then for quadrupeds. 27. Insects, as a general rule, thrive best in the time of year in which they come into being, especially if the season be moist and warm, as in spring. In beehives are found creatures that do great damage to the combs. For instance, the grub that spins a web and ruins the honeycomb. It is called the kleros. It engenders an insect like itself, of a spider shape, and brings disease into the swarm. There is another insect resembling the moth, called by some the paraustus, that flies about a lighted candle. This creature engenders a brood full of a fine down. It is never stung by a bee, and can only be got out of a hive by fumigation. A caterpillar also is engendered in hives of a species nicknamed the teredo, or borer, with which creature the bee never interferes. Bees suffer most when flowers are covered with mildew, or in seasons of drought. All insects, without exception, die if they be smeared over with oil, and they die all the more rapidly if you smear their head with the oil and lay them out in the sun. End of chapter 27. Chapters 21 to 28 of Book 6 of History of Animals by Aristotle, translated by D'Arcy Wentworth Thompson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 21. The bull impregnates the cow at a single mount, and mounts with such vigor as to weigh down the cow. If his effort be unsuccessful, the cow must be allowed an interval of 20 days before being again submitted. Bulls of mature age decline to mount the same cow several times on one day, except by the way at considerable intervals. Young bulls, by reason of their vigor, are enabled to mount the same cow several times in one day, and a good many cows besides. The bull is the least salacious of male animals. the victor among the bulls is the one that mounts the females. When he gets exhausted by his amorous efforts, his beaten antagonist sets on him and very often gets the better of the conflict. The bull and the cow are about a year old when it is possible for them to have commerce with chance of offspring. As a rule, however, they are about 20 months old, but it is universally allowed that they are capable in this respect at the age of 2 years. The cow goes with calf for 9 months, and she calves in the 10th month. Some maintain that they go in calf for 10 months to the very day. A calf delivered before the times here specified is an abortion, and never lives, however little premature its birth may have been, as its hooves are weak and imperfect. The cow, as a rule, bears but one calf, very seldom two. She submits to the bull and bears as long as she lives. Cows live for about 15 years, and the bulls too, if they have been castrated, but some live for 20 years or even more, if their bodily constitutions be sound. The herdsmen tame the castrated bulls and give them an office in the herd analogous to the office of the bellwether in a flock, and these bulls live to an exceptionally advanced age, owing to their exemption from hardship and to their browsing on pasture of good quality. The bull is in fullest vigor when 5 years old, which leads the critics to commend Homer for applying to the bull the epithets of 5-year-old, or of 9 seasons, which epithets are alike in meaning. The ox sheds his teeth at the age of 2 years, not altogether, but just as the horse sheds his. When the animal suffers from podagra, it does not shed the hoof, but is subject to a painful swelling in the feet. The milk of the cow is serviceable after parturition, and before parturition there is no milk at all. The milk that first presents itself becomes as hard as stone when it clots. This result ensues unless it be previously diluted with water. Oxen younger than a year old do not copulate unless under circumstances of an unnatural and portentous kind. Instances have been recorded of copulation in both sexes at the age of 4 months. Kine in general begin to submit to the male about the month of Thargelion or of Sciroforion. Some, however, are capable of conception right on to the autumn. When kine in large numbers receive the bull and conceive, it is looked upon as prognostic of rain and stormy weather. Kine herd together like mares, but in lesser degree. 22. In the case of horses, the stallion and the mare are first fitted for breeding purposes when 2 years old. Instances, however, of such maturity are rare, and their young are exceptionally small and weak. The ordinary age for sexual maturity is 3 years, and from that age to 20, the two sexes go on improving in the quality of their offspring. The mare carries her foal for 11 months, and casts it in the 12th. It is not a fixed number of days that the stallion takes to impregnate the mare. It may be 1, 2, 3, or more. An ass in covering will impregnate more expeditiously than a stallion. The act of intercourse with horses is not laborious, as it is with oxen. In both sexes, the horse is the most salacious of animals next after the human species. The breeding faculties of the younger horses may be stimulated beyond their years if they be supplied with good feeding in abundance. The mare, as a rule, bears only 1 foal. Occasionally she has 2, but never more. A mare has been known to cast 2 mules, but such a circumstance was regarded as unnatural and portentous. The horse, then, is first fitted for breeding purposes at the age of 2, 4.5 years, but achieves full sexual maturity when it has ceased to shed teeth, except it be naturally infertile. It must be added, however, that some horses have been known to impregnate the mare while the teeth were in process of shedding. The horse has 40 teeth. It sheds its first set of 4, 2 from the upper jaw and 2 from the lower, when 2.5 years old. After a year's interval, it sheds another set of 4 in like manner, and another set of 4 after yet another year's interval. After arriving at the age of 4 years and 6 months, it sheds no more. An instance has occurred where a horse shed all his teeth at once, and another instance of a horse shedding all his teeth with his last set of 4, but such instances are very rare. It consequently happens that a horse, when 4.5 years old, is in excellent condition for breeding purposes. The older horses, whether of the male or female, are the more generatively productive. Horses will cover mares from which they have been foaled, and mares which they have begotten. And indeed, a troop of horses is only considered perfect when such promiscuity of intercourse occurs. Scythians use pregnant mares for riding when the embryo has turned rather soon in the womb, and they assert that thereby the mothers have all the easier delivery. Quadrupeds, as a rule, lie down for parturition, and in consequence the young of them all come out of the womb sideways. The mare, however, when the time for parturition arrives, stands erect, and in that posture casts its foal. The horse in general lives for 18 or 20 years. Some horses live for 25 or even 30. And if a horse be treated with extreme care, it may last on to the age of 50 years. A horse, however, when it reaches 30 years, is regarded as exceptionally old. The mare lives usually for 25 years, though instances have occurred of their attaining the age of 40. The male is less long-lived than the female by reason of the sexual service he is called on to render, and horses that are reared in a private stable live longer than such as are reared in troops. The mare attains her full length and height at 5 years old, the stallion at 6. In another 6 years, the animal reaches its full bulk and goes on improving until it is 20 years old. The female then reaches maturity more rapidly than the male, but in the womb the case is reversed, just as is observed in regard to the sexes of the human species, and the same phenomenon is observed in the case of all animals that bear several young. The mare is said to suckle a mule foal for 6 months, but not to allow its approach for any longer on account of the pain it is put to by the hard tugging of the young. An ordinary foal it allows to suck for a longer period. Horse and mule are at their best after the shedding of the teeth. After they have shed them all, it is not easy to distinguish their age. Hence they are said to carry their mark before the shedding, but not after. However, even after the shedding, their age is pretty well recognized by the aid of the canines. For, in the case of horses much ridden, these teeth are worn away by attrition caused by the insertion of the bit. In the case of horses not ridden, the teeth are large and detached, and in young horses they are sharp and small. The male of the horse will breed at all seasons, and during its whole life. The mare can take the horse all its life long, but is not thus ready to pair at all seasons, unless it be held in check by a halter, or some other compulsion be brought to bear. There is no fixed time at which intercourse of the two sexes cannot take place, and accordingly intercourse may chance to take place at a time that may render difficult the rearing of the future progeny. In a stable in Opus there was a stallion that used to serve mares when 40 years old. His forelegs had to be lifted up for the operation. Mares first take the horse in the springtime. After a mare has foaled, she does not get impregnated at once again, but only after a considerable interval. In fact, the foals will be all the better if the interval extend over 4 or 5 years. It is, at all events, absolutely necessary to allow an interval of 1 year, and for that period to let her lie fallow. A mare then breeds at intervals. A she-ass breeds on and on without intermission. Of mares, some are absolutely sterile, others are capable of conception, but incapable of bringing the foal to full term. It is said to be an indication of this condition in a mare that her foal, if dissected, is found to have other kidney-shaped substances round about its kidneys, presenting the appearance of having 4 kidneys. After parturition, the mare at once swallows the afterbirth and bites off the growth called the epimanis that is found on the forehead of the foal. This growth is somewhat smaller than a dried fig, and in shape is broad and round, and in color black. If any bystander gets possession of it before the mare, and the mare gets a smell of it, she goes wild and frantic at the smell. And it is for this reason that vendors of drugs and simples hold the substance in high request and include it among their stores. If an ass cover a mare after the mare has been covered by a horse, the ass will destroy the previously formed embryo. Horse trainers do not appoint a horse as leader to a troop, as herdsmen appoint a bull as leader to a herd, and for this reason, that the horse is not steady but quick-tempered and skittish. 23. The ass of both sexes is capable of breeding, and sheds its first teeth at the age of 2½ years. It sheds its second teeth within 6 months, its third within another 6 months, and the fourth after the like interval. These 4th teeth are termed the nomons, or age indicators. A she-ass has been known to conceive when a year old, and the foal to be reared. After intercourse with the male, it will discharge the genital sperm, unless it be hindered, and for this reason it is usually beaten after such intercourse and chased about. It casts its young in the 12th month. It usually bears but 1 foal, and that is its natural number. Occasionally, however, it bears twins. The ass, if it cover a mare, destroys, as has been said, the embryo previously begotten by the horse. But after the mare has been covered by the ass, the horse supervening will not spoil the embryo. The she-ass has milk in the 10th month of pregnancy. 7 days after casting a foal, the she-ass submits to the male, and is almost sure to conceive if put to the male on this particular day. The same result, however, is quite possible later on. The she-ass will refuse to cast her foal with anyone looking on, or in the daylight, and just before foaling she has to be led away into a dark place. If the she-ass has had young before the shedding of the index teeth, she will bear all her life through, but if not, then she will neither conceive nor bear for the rest of her days. The ass lives for more than 30 years, and the she-ass lives longer than the male. When there is a cross between a horse and a she-ass, or a jackass and a mare, there is much greater chance of a miscarriage than when the commerce is normal. The period for gestation in the case of a cross depends on the male, and is just what it would have been if the male had had commerce with a female of his own kind. In regard to size, looks, and vigor, the foal is more apt to resemble the mother than the sire. If such hybrid connections be continued without intermittence, the female will soon go sterile, and for this reason trainers always allow of intervals between breeding times. A mare will not take the ass, nor a she-ass the horse, unless the ass or she-ass shall have been suckled by a mare, and for this reason trainers put foals of the she-ass under mares, which foals are technically spoken of as mare-suckled. These asses, thus reared, mount the mares in the open pastures, mastering them by force as the stallions do. 24. A mule is fitted for commerce with the female after the first shedding of its teeth, and at the age of 7 will impregnate effectually, and where connection has taken place with a mare, a hinny has been known to be produced. After the 7th year, it has no further intercourse with the female. A female mule has been known to be impregnated, but without the impregnation being followed up by parturition. In Syrophoenicia, she-mules submit to the mule and bear young, but the breed, though it resembles the ordinary one, is different and specific. The hinny or stunted mule is foaled by a mare when she has gone sick during gestation, and corresponds to the dwarf in the human species, and to the after-pig or scut in swine, and, as is the case with dwarfs, the sexual organ of the hinny is abnormally large. The mule lives for a number of years. There are on record cases of mules living to the age of 80, as did one in Athens at the time of the building of the temple. This mule, on account of its age, was let go free, but continued to assist in dragging burdens, and would go side by side with the other draught beasts, and stimulate them to their work. And in consequence, a public decree was passed forbidding any baker driving the creature away from his bread tray. The she-mule grows old more slowly than the mule. Some assert that the she-mule menstruates by the act of voiding her urine, and that the mule owes the prematurity of his decay to his habit of smelling at the urine. So much for the modes of generation in connection with these animals. 25. Breeders and trainers can distinguish between young and old quadrupeds. If, when drawn back from the jaw, the skin at once goes back to its place, the animal is young. If it remains long wrinkled up, the animal is old. 26. The camel carries its young for 10 months, and bears but one at a time, and never more. The young camel is removed from the mother when a year old. The animal lives for a long period, more than 50 years. It bears in springtime and gives milk until the time of the next conception. Its flesh and milk are exceptionally palatable. The milk is drunk, mixed with water in the proportion of either 2:1 or 3:1. 27. The elephant of either sex is fitted for breeding before reaching the age of 20. The female carries her young according to some accounts for 2½ years, according to others for 3 years, and the discrepancy in the assigned periods is due to the fact that there are never human eyewitnesses to the commerce between the sexes. The female settles down on its rear to cast its young, and obviously suffers greatly during the process. The young one, immediately after birth, sucks the mother, not with its trunk, but with the mouth, and can walk about and see distinctly the moment it is born. 28. The wild sow submits to the boar at the beginning of winter, and in the springtime retreats for parturition to a lair in some district inaccessible to intrusion. Hemmed in with sheer cliffs and chasms, and overshadowed by trees, the boar usually remains by the sow for 30 days. The number of the litter and the period of gestation is the same as in the case of the domesticated congener. The sound of the grunt also is similar, only that the sow grunts continually, and the boar but seldom. Of the wild boars, such as are castrated grow to the largest size and become fiercest, to which circumstance Homer alludes when he says, quote, "He reared against him a wild, castrated boar. It was not like a food-devouring brute, but like a forest-clad, promontory." Wild boars become castrated owing to an itch befalling them in early life in the region of the testicles, and the castration is superinduced by their rubbing themselves against the trunks of trees. End of chapter 28. Book 2, chapters 12 to 15 of History of Animals by Aristotle. Translated by D'Arcy Wentworth Thompson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12. Birds also in some parts resemble the above-mentioned animals. That is to say, they have in all cases a head, a neck, a back, a belly, and what is analogous to the chest. The bird is remarkable among animals as having 2 feet like man, only, by the way, it bends them backwards as quadrupeds bend their hind legs, as was noticed previously. It has neither hands nor front feet, but wings, an exceptional structure as compared with other animals. Its haunch bone is long like a thigh, and is attached to the body as far as the middle of the belly. So like to a thigh is it that when viewed separately it looks like a real one, while the real thigh is a separate structure betwixt it and the shin. Of all birds, those that have crooked talons have the biggest thighs and the strongest breasts. All birds are furnished with many claws, and all have the toes separated more or less asunder. That is to say, in the greater part the toes are clearly distinct from one another. For even the swimming birds, although they are web-footed, have still their claws fully articulated and distinctly differentiated from one another. Birds that fly high in the air are in all cases 4-toed. That is, the greater part have 3 toes in front and 1 behind in place of a heel. Some few have 2 in front and 2 behind, as the wryneck. This latter bird is somewhat bigger than the chaffinch, and is mottled in appearance. It is peculiar in the arrangement of its toes, and resembles the snake in the structure of its tongue. For the creature can protrude its tongue to the extent of 4 finger breadths, and then draw it back again. Moreover, it can twist its head backwards, while keeping all the rest of its body still, like the serpent. It has big claws, somewhat resembling those of the woodpecker. Its note is a shrill chirp. Birds are furnished with a mouth, but with an exceptional one, for they have neither lips nor teeth, but a beak. Neither have they ears nor a nose, but only passages for the sensations connected with these organs, that for the nostrils in the beak, and that for hearing in the head. Like all other animals, they all have 2 eyes, and these are devoid of lashes. The heavy-bodied or gallinaceous birds close the eye by means of the lower lid, and all birds blink by means of a skin extending over the eye from the inner corner. The owl and its congeners also close the eye by means of the upper lid. The same phenomenon is observable in the animals that are protected by horny scutes, as in the lizard and its congeners, for they all, without exception, close the eye with the lower lid, but they do not blink like birds. Further, birds have neither scutes nor hair, but feathers, and the feathers are invariably furnished with quills. They have no tail, but a rump with tail feathers, short in such as are long-legged and web-footed, large in others. These latter kinds of birds fly with their feet tucked up close to the belly, but the small-rumped or short-tailed birds fly with their legs stretched out at full length. All are furnished with a tongue, but the organ is variable, being long in some birds and broad in others. Certain species of birds, above all other animals and next after man, possess the faculty of uttering articulate sounds, and this faculty is chiefly developed in broad-tongued birds. No oviparous creature has an epiglottis over the windpipe, but these animals so manage the opening and shutting of the windpipe as not to allow any solid substance to get down into the lung. Some species of birds are furnished additionally with spurs, but no bird with crooked talons is found so provided. The birds with talons are among those that fly well, but those that have spurs are among the heavy-bodied. Again, some birds have a crest. As a general rule, the crest sticks up and is composed of feathers only, but the crest of the barn-door cock is exceptional in kind, for whereas it is not just exactly flesh, at the same time it is not easy to see what else it is. Chapter 13. Of water animals, the genus of fishes constitutes a single group apart from the rest, and including many diverse forms. In the first place, the fish has a head, a back, a belly, in the neighbourhood of which last are placed the stomach and viscera, and behind it has a tail of continuous, undivided shape, but not, by the way, in all cases alike. No fish has a neck, or any limb or testicles at all within or without, or breasts. But, by the way, this absence of breasts may be predicated of all non-viviparous animals, and in point of fact, viviparous animals are not in all cases provided with the organ, excepting such as are directly viviparous without being first oviparous. Thus the dolphin is directly viviparous, and accordingly we find it furnished with two breasts, not situated high up, but in the neighbourhood of the genitals. And this creature is not provided, like quadrupeds, with visible teats, but has two vents, one on each flank, from which the milk flows, and its young have to follow after it to get suckled, and this phenomenon has been actually witnessed. Fishes, then, as has been observed, have no breasts and no passage for the genitals visible externally, but they have an exceptional organ in the gills, whereby, after taking the water in by the mouth, they discharge it again, and in the fins, of which the greater part have four, and the lanky ones two, as for instance the eel, and these two situated near to the gills. In like manner the grey mullet, as for instance the mullet found in the lake at Sephi, have only two fins, and the same is the case with the fish called ribbon fish. Some of the lanky fishes have no fins at all, such as the murina, nor gills articulated, like those of other fish. And of those fish that are provided with gills, some have coverings for this organ, whereas all the Selacians have the organ unprotected by a cover. And those fishes that have coverings or opercula for the gills have in all cases their gills placed sideways, whereas among Selacians the broad ones have the gills down below on the belly, as the torpedo and the ray, while the lanky ones have the organ placed sideways, as is the case in all the dogfish. The fishing frog has gills placed sideways, and covered not with a spiny operculum, as in all but the Selacian fishes, but with one of skin. Moreover, with fishes furnished with gills, the gills in some cases are simple, in others duplicate, and the last gill in the direction of the body is always simple. And again, Some fishes have few gills and others have a great number, but all alike have the same number on both sides. Those that have the least number have one gill on either side, and this one duplicate, like the boarfish. Others have two on either side, one simple and the other duplicate, like the conger and the scarus. Others have four on either side, simple, as the elops, the synagris, the marina, and the eel. Others have four, all with the exception of the hindmost one in double rows, as the wrasse, the perch, the sheatfish, and the carp. The dogfish have all their gills double, 5 on a side, and the swordfish has 8 double gills. So much for the number of gills as found in fishes. Again, fishes differ from other animals in more ways than as regards the gills. For they are not covered with hairs, as are viviparous land animals, nor, as is the case with certain oviparous quadrupeds, with tessellated scutes, nor, like birds, with feathers, but for the most part they are covered with scales. Some few are rough-skinned, while the smooth-skinned are very few indeed. Of the Selachia, some are rough-skinned and some smooth-skinned, and among the smooth-skinned fishes are included the conger, the eel, and the tunny. All fishes are saw-toothed excepting the scarus, and the teeth in all cases are sharp and set in many rows, and in some cases are placed on the tongue. The tongue is hard and spiny, and so firmly attached that fishes in many instances seem to be devoid of the organ altogether. The mouth in some cases is wide-stretched, as it is with some viviparous quadrupeds. With regard to organs of sense, all, save eyes, fishes possess none of them, neither the organs nor their passages, neither ears nor nostrils, but all fishes are furnished with eyes, and the eyes devoid of lids, though the eyes are not hard. With regard to the organs connected with the other senses, hearing and smell, they are devoid alike of the organs themselves and of passages indicative of them. Fishes, without exception, are supplied with blood. Some of them are oviparous and some viviparous. Scaly fish are invariably oviparous, but cartilaginous fishes are all viviparous, with the single exception of the fishing frog. Chapter 14. Of blooded animals, there now remains the serpent genus. This genus is common to both elements, for while most species comprehended therein are land animals, a small minority, to wit the aquatic species, pass their lives in fresh water. There are also sea serpents, in shape to a great extent resembling their congeners of the land, with this exception, that the head in their case is somewhat like the head of the conger, and there are several kinds of sea serpent, and the different kinds differ in colour. These animals are not found in very deep water. Serpents, like fish, are devoid of feet. There are also sea scolopendras, resembling in shape their land congeners, but somewhat less in regard to magnitude. These creatures are found in the neighbourhood of rocks. As compared with their land congeners, they are redder in colour, are furnished with feet in greater numbers, and with legs of more delicate structure. And the same remark applies to them as to the sea serpents, that they are not found in very deep water. Of fishes whose habitat is in the vicinity of rocks, there is a tiny one, which some call the echinus, or shipholder, and which is by some people used as a charm to bring luck in affairs of law and love. The creature is unfit for eating. Some people assert that it has feet, but this is not the case. It appears, however, to be furnished with feet from the fact that its fins resemble those organs. So much then for the external parts of blooded animals. As regards their numbers, their properties, and their relative diversities. Chapter 15. As for the properties of the internal organs, these we must first discuss in the case of the animals that are supplied with blood. For the principal genera differ from the rest of animals in that the former are supplied with blood and the latter are not, and the former include man, viviparous and oviparous quadrupeds, birds, fishes, cetaceans, and all the others that come under no general designation by reason of their not forming genera, but groups of which simply the specific name is predicable, as when we say the serpent, the crocodile. All viviparous quadrupeds then are furnished with an esophagus and a windpipe, situated as in man. The same statement is applicable to oviparous quadrupeds and to birds, only that the latter present diversities in the shapes of these organs. As a general rule, all animals that take up air and breathe it in and out are furnished with a lung, a windpipe, and an esophagus, with the windpipe and esophagus not admitting of diversity in situation, but admitting of diversity in properties, and with the lung admitting of diversity in both these respects. Further, all blooded animals have a heart and a diaphragm or midriff, but in small animals the existence of the latter organ is not so obvious owing to its delicacy and minute size. In regard to the heart, there is an exceptional phenomenon observable in oxen. In other words, there is one species of ox where, though not in all cases, a bone is found inside the heart. And, by the way, the horse's heart also has a bone inside it. The genera referred to above are not in all cases furnished with a lung. For instance, the fish is devoid of the organ, as is also every animal furnished with gills. All blooded animals are furnished with a liver. As a general rule, blooded animals are furnished with a spleen, but with the great majority of non-viviparous but oviparous animals, the spleen is so small as all but to escape observation, and this is the case with almost all birds, as with the pigeon, the kite, the falcon, the owl. In point of fact, the agacephalus is devoid of the organ altogether. With oviparous quadrupeds, the case is much the same as with the viviparous. That is to say, they also have the spleen exceedingly minute, as the tortoise, the freshwater tortoise, the toad, the lizard, the crocodile, and the frog. Some animals have a gallbladder close to the liver, and others have not. Of viviparous quadrupeds, the deer is without the organ, as also the roe, the horse, the mule, the ass, the seal, and some kinds of pigs. Of deer, those that are called echini appear to have gall in their tail, but what is so called does resemble gall in colour, though it is not so completely fluid, and the organ internally resembles a spleen. However, without any exception, stags are found to have maggots living inside the head, and the habitat of these creatures is in the hollow underneath the root of the tongue, and in the neighbourhood of the vertebra to which the head is attached. These creatures are as large as the largest grubs. They grow all together in a cluster, and they are usually about 20 in number. Deer, then, as has been observed, are without a gallbladder. Their gut, however, is so bitter that even hounds refuse to eat it unless the animal is exceptionally fat. With the elephant also, the liver is unfurnished with a gallbladder. But when the animal is cut in the region where the organ is found in animals furnished with it, there oozes out a fluid resembling gall, in greater or less quantities. Of animals that take in sea water and are furnished with a lung, the dolphin is unprovided with a gallbladder. Birds and fishes all have the organ, as also oviparous quadrupeds, all to a greater or a lesser extent. But of fishes, some have the organ close to the liver, as the dogfishes, the sheatfish, the rhine or angelfish, the smooth skate, the torpedo, and of the lanky fishes, the eel, the pipefish, and the hammer-headed shark. The Callionymus also has the gallbladder close to the liver, and in no other fish does the organ attain so great a relative size. Other fishes have the organ close to the gut, attached to the liver by certain extremely fine ducts. The bonito has the gallbladder stretched alongside the gut, and equaling it in length, and often a double fold of it. Others have the organ in the region of the gut, in some cases far off, in others near, as the fishing frog, the elops, the synagris, the marina, and the swordfish. Other animals of the same species show this diversity of position, as, for instance, some congers are found with the organ attached close to the liver, and others with it detached from and below it. The case is much the same with birds, that is, some have the gallbladder close to the stomach, and others close to the gut, as the pigeon, the raven, the quail, the swallow, and the sparrow. Some have it near at once to the liver, and to the stomach, as the Igocephalus. Others have it near at once to the liver and the gut, as the falcon and the kite. End of chapter 15. Chapters 1 and 2 of Book 8 of History of Animals by Aristotle. Translated by D'Arcy Wentworth Thompson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 1. We have now discussed the physical characteristics of animals and their methods of generation. Their habits and their modes of living vary according to their character and their food. In the great majority of animals, there are traces of psychical qualities or attitudes, which qualities are more markedly differentiated in the case of human beings. For just as we pointed out resemblances in the physical organs, so in a number of animals we observe gentleness or fierceness, mildness or cross-temper, courage or timidity, fear or confidence, high spirit or low cunning, and with regard to intelligence, something equivalent to sagacity. Some of these qualities in man, as compared with the corresponding qualities in animals, differ only quantitatively. That is to say, a man has more or less of this quality, and an animal has more or less of some other. Other qualities in man are represented by analogous and not identical qualities. For instance, just as in man we find knowledge, wisdom, and sagacity, so in certain animals there exists some other natural potentiality akin to these. The truth of this statement will be the more clearly apprehended if we have regard to the phenomena of childhood. For in children may be observed the traces and seeds of what will one day be settled psychological habits, though psychologically a child hardly differs for the time being from an animal, so that one is quite justified in saying that, as regards man and animals, certain psychical qualities are identical with one another, whilst others resemble and others are analogous to each other. Nature proceeds little by little from things lifeless to animal life in such a way that it is impossible to determine the exact line of demarcation, nor on which side thereof an intermediate form should lie. Thus, next after lifeless things in the upward scale comes the plant, and of plants one will differ from another, as to its amount of apparent vitality, and in a word, the whole genus of plants, whilst it is devoid of life as compared with an animal, is endowed with life as compared with other corporeal entities. Indeed, as we just remarked, there is observed in plants a continuous scale of ascent towards the animal. So in the sea there are certain objects concerning which one would be at a loss to determine whether they be animal or vegetable. For instance, certain of these objects are fairly rooted, and in several cases perish if detached. Thus the pinna is rooted to a particular spot, and the solen or razor shell cannot survive withdrawal from its burrow. Indeed, broadly speaking, the entire genus of testaceans have a resemblance to vegetables, if they be contrasted with such animals as are capable of progression. In regard to sensibility, some animals give no indication whatsoever of it, whilst others indicate it but indistinctly. Further, the substance of some of these intermediate creatures is flesh-like, as is the case with the so-called tethia or ascidians and the acalephae or sea anemones, but the sponge is in every respect like a vegetable. And so, throughout the entire animal scale, there is a graduated differentiation in amount of vitality and in capacity for motion. A similar statement holds good with regard to habits of life. Thus of plants that spring from seed, the one function seems to be the reproduction of their own particular species, and the sphere of action with certain animals is similarly limited. The faculty of reproduction then is common to all alike. If sensibility be superadded, then their lives will differ from one another in respect to sexual intercourse, through the varying amount of pleasure derived therefrom, and also in regard to modes of parturition and ways of rearing their young. Some animals, like plants, simply procreate their own species at definite seasons. Other animals busy themselves also in procuring food for their young, and after they are reared quit them, and have no further dealings with them. Other animals are more intelligent and endowed with memory, and they live with their offspring for a longer period and on a more social footing. The life of animals then may be divided into two acts, procreation and feeding, for on these two acts all their interests and life concentrate. Their food depends chiefly on the substance of which they are severally constituted, for the source of their growth in all cases will be this substance, and whatsoever is in conformity with nature is pleasant, and all animals pursue pleasure in keeping with their nature. 2. Animals are also differentiated locally. That is to say, some live upon dry land, while others live in the water, and this differentiation may be interpreted in two different ways. Thus some animals are termed terrestrial, as inhaling air, and others aquatic, as taking in water, and there are others which do not actually take in these elements, but nevertheless are constitutionally adapted to the cooling influence, so far as is needful to them, of one element or the other, and hence are called terrestrial or aquatic, though they neither breathe air nor take in water. Again, other animals are so called from their finding their food and fixing their habitat on land or in water. For many animals, although they inhale air and breed on land, yet derive their food from the water, and live in water for the greater part of their lives. And these are the only animals to which, as living in and on two elements, the term amphibious is applicable. There is no animal taking in water that is terrestrial or aerial, or that derives its food from the land, whereas of the great number of land animals inhaling air, many get their food from the water. Moreover, some are so peculiarly organized that if they be shut off altogether from the water, they cannot possibly live, as for instance the so-called sea turtle, the crocodile, the hippopotamus, the seal, and some of the smaller creatures, such as the freshwater tortoise and the frog. Now, all these animals choke or drown if they do not from time to time breathe atmospheric air. They breed and rear their young on dry land, or near the land, but they pass their lives in water. But the dolphin is equipped in the most remarkable way of all animals. The dolphin and other similar aquatic animals, including the other cetaceans which resemble it, that is to say, the whale, and all the other creatures that are furnished with a blowhole. One can hardly allow that such an animal is terrestrial and terrestrial only, or aquatic and aquatic only, if by terrestrial we mean an animal that inhales air, and if by aquatic we mean an animal that takes in water. For the fact is, the dolphin performs both these processes. He takes in water and discharges it by his blowhole, and he also inhales air into his lungs. For, by the way, the creature is furnished with this organ, and respires thereby, and accordingly, when caught in the nets, he is quickly suffocated for lack of air. He can also live for a considerable while out of the water, but all this while he keeps up a dull moaning sound, corresponding to the noise made by air-breathing animals in general. Furthermore, when sleeping, the animal keeps his nose above water, and he does so that he may breathe the air. Now, it would be unreasonable to assign one and the same class of animals to both categories, terrestrial and aquatic, seeing that these categories are more or less exclusive of one another. We must accordingly supplement our definition of the term aquatic or marine. For the fact is, some aquatic animals take in water and discharge it again, for the same reason that leads air-breathing animals to inhale air, in other words, with the object of cooling the blood. Others take in water as incidental to their mode of feeding, for as they get their food in the water, they cannot but take in water along with their food. And if they take in water, they must be provided with some organ for discharging it. Those blooded animals, then, that use water for a purpose analogous to respiration are provided with gills, and such as take in water when catching their prey with the blowhole. Similar remarks are applicable to mollusks and crustaceans, for again, it is by way of procuring food that these creatures take in water. Aquatic in different ways, the differences depending on bodily relation to external temperature and on habit of life, are such animals on the one hand as take in air but live in water, and such on the other hand as take in water and are furnished with gills, but go upon dry land and get their living there. At present only one animal of the latter kind is known, the so-called cordylus or water newt. This creature is furnished not with lungs but with gills, but for all that it is a quadruped and fitted for walking on dry land. In the case of all these animals, their nature appears in some kind of way to have got warped, just as some male animals get to resemble the female, and some female animals the male. The fact is that animals, if they be subjected to a modification in minute organs, are liable to immense modifications in their general configuration. This phenomenon may be observed in the case of gelded animals. Only a minute organ of the animal is mutilated, and the creature passes from the male to the female form. We may infer then that if in the primary conformation of the embryo an infinitesimally minute but absolutely essential organ sustain a change of magnitude one way or the other, the animal will in one case turn to male, and in the other to female, and also that if the said organ be obliterated altogether, the animal will be of neither one sex nor the other. And so, by the occurrence of modification in minute organs, it comes to pass that one animal is terrestrial and another aquatic, in both senses of these terms. And again, some animals are amphibious, whilst other animals are not amphibious, owing to the circumstance that in their conformation, while in the embryonic condition, there got intermixed into them some portion of the matter of which their subsequent food is constituted. For, as was said above, what is in conformity with nature is to every single animal pleasant and agreeable. Animals, then, have been categorized into terrestrial and aquatic in three ways, according to their assumption of air or of water. the temperament of their bodies, or the character of their food, and the mode of life of an animal corresponds to the category in which it is found. That is to say, in some cases the animal depends for its terrestrial or aquatic nature on temperament and diet combined, as well as upon its method of respiration, and sometimes on temperament and habits alone. Of testaceans, some that are incapable of motion subsist on fresh water, for, as the sea water dissolves into its constituents, the fresh water from its greater thinness percolates through the grosser parts. In fact, they live on fresh water, just as they were originally engendered from the same. Now, that fresh water is contained in the sea, and can be strained off from it, can be proved in a thoroughly practical way. Take a thin vessel of moulded wax, attach a cord to it, and let it down quite empty into the sea. In 24 hours it will be found to contain a quantity of water, and the water will be fresh and drinkable. Sea anemones feed on such small fishes as come in their way. The mouth of this creature is in the middle of its body, and this fact may be clearly observed in the case of the larger varieties. Like the oyster, it has a duct for the outlet of the residuum, and this duct is at the top of the animal. In other words, the sea anemone corresponds to the inner fleshy part of the oyster, and the stone to which the one creature clings corresponds to the shell which encases the other. The limpet detaches itself from the rock and goes about in quest of food. Of shellfish that are mobile, some are carnivorous and live on little fishes, as for instance the purple murex, and there can be no doubt that the purple murex is carnivorous, as it is caught by a bait of fish. Others are carnivorous, but feed also on marine vegetation. The sea turtles feed on shellfish, for, by the way, their mouths are extraordinarily hard. Whatever object it seizes, stone or other, it crunches into bits, but when it leaves the water for dry land, it browses on grass. These creatures suffer greatly and oftentimes die when they lie on the surface of the water exposed to a scorching sun, for when once they have risen to the surface, they find a difficulty in sinking again. Crustaceans feed in like manner. They are omnivorous, that is to say, they live on stones, slime, seaweed and excrement, as for instance the rock crab, and are also carnivorous. The crawfish or spiny lobster can get the better of fishes, even of the larger species, though in some of them it occasionally finds more than its match. Thus this animal is so overmastered and cowed by the octopus that it dies of terror if it become aware of an octopus in the same net with itself. The crawfish can master the conger eel, for owing to the rough spines of the crawfish, the eel cannot slip away and elude its hold. The conger eel, however, devours the octopus, for owing to the slipperiness of its antagonist, the octopus can make nothing of it. The crawfish feeds on little fish, capturing them beside its hole or dwelling place, for, by the way, it is found out at sea on rough and stony bottoms, and in such places it makes its den. Whatever it catches it puts into its mouth with its pincer-like claws, like the common crab. Its nature is to walk straight forward when it has nothing to fear, with its feelers hanging sideways. If it be frightened, it makes its escape backwards, darting off to a great distance. These animals fight one another with their claws, just as rams fight with their horns, raising them and striking their opponents. They are often also seen crowded together in herds. So much for the mode of life of the crustacean. Mollusks are all carnivorous, and of mollusks the calamari and the sepia are more than a match for fishes even of the large species. The octopus, for the most part, gathers shellfish, extracts the flesh and feeds on that. In fact, fishermen recognize their holes by the number of shells lying about. Some say that the octopus devours its own species, but this statement is incorrect. It is doubtless founded on the fact that the creature is often found with its tentacles removed, which tentacles have really been eaten off by the conger. Fishes, all without exception, feed on spawn in the spawning season, but in other respects the food varies with the varying species. Some fishes are exclusively carnivorous, as the cartilaginous genus, the conger, the canna or serranus, the tunny, the bass, the cynodon or dentex, the amia, the sea perch, and the murrhina. The red mullet is carnivorous, but feeds also on seaweed, on shellfish and on mud. The grey mullet feeds on mud, the dascalus on mud and offal, the scarus or parrotfish and the melanurus on seaweed, the salp on offal and seaweed. The salp feeds also on zostera, and is the only fish that is captured with a gourd. All fishes devour their own species, with the single exception of the kestrius or mullet, and the conger is especially ravenous in this respect. The cephalus and the mullet in general are the only fish that eat no flesh. This may be inferred from the facts that when caught they are never found with flesh in their intestines, and that the bait used to catch them is not flesh, but barley cake. Every fish of the mullet kind lives on seaweed and sand. The cephalus, called by some the kelon, keeps near in to the shore. The piraeus keeps out at a distance from it, and feeds on a mucus substance exuding from itself, and consequently is always in a starved condition. The cephalus lives in mud, and is in consequence heavy and slimy. It never feeds on any other fish. As it lives in mud, it has every now and then to make a leap upwards out of the mud, so as to wash the slime from off its body. There is no creature known to prey upon the spawn of the cephalus, so that the species is exceedingly numerous. When, however, the fish is full grown, it is preyed upon by a number of fishes, and especially by the acarnus or bass. Of all fishes, the mullet is the most voracious and insatiable, and in consequence its belly is kept at full stretch. Whenever it is not starving, it may be considered as out of condition. When it is frightened, it hides its head in mud, under the notion that it is hiding its whole body. The cynodon is carnivorous and feeds on mollusks. Very often the cynodon and the canna cast up their stomachs, while chasing smaller fishes, for be it remembered, fishes have their stomachs close to the mouth, and are not furnished with a gullet. Some fishes then, as has been stated, are carnivorous, and carnivorous only, as the dolphin, the cynodon, the gilthead, the salacians, and the mollusks. Other fishes feed habitually on mud or seaweed or sea moss, or the so-called stockweed or growing plants, as for instance the ficus, the goby, and the rockfish. And, by the way, the only meat that the ficus will touch is that of prawns. Very often, however, as has been stated, they devour one another, and especially do the larger ones devour the smaller. The proof of their being carnivorous is the fact that they can be caught with flesh for a bait. The mackerel, the tunny, and the bass are for the most part carnivorous, but they do occasionally feed on seaweed. The sarg feeds on the leavings of the triggle or red mullet. The red mullet burrows in the mud, and when it sets the mud in motion and quits its haunt, the sarg settles down into the place and feeds on what is left behind, and prevents any smaller fish from settling in the immediate vicinity. Of all fishes, the so-called scarus, or parrot wrasse, is the only one known to chew the cud like a quadruped. As a general rule, the larger fishes catch the smaller ones in their mouths, whilst swimming straight after them in the ordinary position. But the Slakians, the dolphin, and all the cetacea must first turn over on their backs, as their mouths are placed down below. This allows a fair chance of escape to the smaller fishes, and indeed, if it were not so, there would be very few of the little fishes left, for the speed and voracity of the dolphin is something marvellous. Of eels, a few here and there feed on mud and on chance morsels of food thrown to them. The greater part of them subsist on fresh water. Eel breeders are particularly careful to have the water kept perfectly clear, by its perpetually flowing on to flat slabs of stone, and then flowing off again. Sometimes they coat the eel tanks with plaster. The fact is that the eel will soon choke if the water is not clear, as his gills are peculiarly small. On this account, when fishing for eels, they disturb the water. In the river Strymon, eel fishing takes place at the rising of the Pleiades, because at this period the water is troubled and the mud raised up by contrary winds. Unless the water be in this condition, it is as well to leave the eels alone. When dead, the eel, unlike the majority of fishes, neither floats on nor rises to the surface, and this is owing to the smallness of the stomach. A few eels are supplied with fat, but the greater part have no fat whatsoever. When removed from the water, they can live for 5 or 6 days. For a longer period, if north winds prevail. For a shorter, if south winds. If they are removed in summer from the pools to the tanks, they will die, but not so if removed in the winter. They are not capable of holding out against any abrupt change. Consequently, they often die in large numbers when men engaged in transporting them from one place to another dip them into water particularly cold. They will also die of suffocation if they be kept in a scanty supply of water. This same remark will hold good for fishes in general, for they are suffocated if they be long confined in a short supply of water, with the water kept unchanged, just as animals that respire are suffocated if they be shut up with a scanty supply of air. The eel in some cases lives for 7 or 8 years. The river eel feeds on his own species, on grass or on roots, or on any chance food found in the mud. Their usual feeding time is at night, and during the daytime they retreat into deep water. And so much for the food of fishes. End of chapter 2. Chapters 16 to 18 of Book 5 of History of Animals by Aristotle. Translated by D'Arcy Wentworth Thompson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16. Moreover, the animals that are unfurnished with shells grow spontaneously, like the testaceans, as, for instance, the sea nettles and the sponges in rocky caves. Of the sea nettle or sea anemone there are 2 species, and of these, one species lives in hollows and never loosens its hold upon the rocks, and the other lives on smooth, flat reefs, free and detached, and shifts its position from time to time. Limpets also detach themselves and shift from place to place. In the chambered cavities of sponges, pinnagards or parasites are found, and over the chambers there is a kind of spider's web, by the opening and closing of which they catch minute fishes, that is to say, they open the web to let the fish get in, and close it again to entrap them. Of sponges there are 3 species. The first is of loose porous texture, the second is close textured, the third, which is nicknamed the sponge of Achilles is exceptionally fine and close-textured and strong. This sponge is used as a lining to helmets and greaves, for the purpose of deadening the sound of the blow, and this is a very scarce species. Of the close-textured sponges, such as are particularly hard and rough are nicknamed goats. Sponges grow spontaneously, either attached to a rock or on sea branches, and they get their nutriment in slime. A proof of this statement is the fact that when they are first secured, they are found to be full of slime. This is characteristic of all living creatures that get their nutriment by close local attachment. And, by the way, the close-textured sponges are weaker than the more openly porous ones because their attachment extends over a smaller area. It is said that the sponge is sensitive, and as a proof of this statement, they say that if the sponge is made aware of an attempt being made to pluck it from its place of attachment, it draws itself together, and it becomes a difficult task to detach it. It makes a similar contractile movement in windy and boisterous weather, obviously with the object of tightening its hold. Some persons express doubts as to the truth of this assertion, as for instance the people of Torone. The sponge breeds parasites, worms, and other creatures on which, if they be detached, the rock fishes prey, as they prey also on the remaining stumps of the sponge. But if the sponge be broken off, it grows again from the remaining stump, and the place is soon as well covered as before. The largest of all sponges are the loose-textured ones, and these are peculiarly abundant on the coast of Lycia. The softest are the close-textured sponges, for, by the way, the so-called sponges of Achilles are harder than these. As a general rule, sponges that are found in deep, calm waters are the softest, for usually windy and stormy weather has a tendency to harden them, as it has to harden all similar growing things, and to arrest their growth. And this accounts for the fact that the sponges found in the Hellespont are rough and close-textured, and, as a general rule, sponges found beyond or inside Cape Malea are, respectively, comparatively soft or comparatively hard. But, by the way, the habitat of the sponge should not be too sheltered and warm, for it has a tendency to decay like all similar vegetable-like growths. And this accounts for the fact that the sponge is at its best when found in deep water close to shore. For, owing to the depth of the water, they enjoy shelter alike from stormy winds and from excessive heat. Whilst they are still alive and before they are washed and cleaned, they are blackish in colour. Their attachment is not made at one particular spot, nor is it made all over their bodies, for vacant pore spaces intervene. There is a kind of membrane stretched over the underparts, and in the underparts the points of attachment are the more numerous. On the topmost of the pores are closed, but 4 or 5 are open and visible, and we are told by some that it is through these pores that the animal takes its food. There is a particular species that is named the aplysia, or the unwashable, from the circumstance that it cannot be cleaned. This species has the large open and visible pores, but all the rest of the body is close-textured, and if it be dissected, it is found to be closer and more glutinous than the ordinary sponge, and, in a word, something lung-like in consistency. And, on all hands, it is allowed that this species is sensitive and long-lived. They are distinguished in the sea from ordinary sponges from the circumstance that the ordinary sponges are white, while the slime is in them, but that these sponges are, under any circumstances, black. And so much with regard to sponges and to generation in the testaceans. Chapter 17. Of crustaceans, the female crawfish, after copulation, conceives and retains its eggs for about 3 months, from about the middle of May to about the middle of August. They then lay the eggs into the folds underneath the belly, and their eggs grow like grubs. This same phenomenon is observable in mollusks also, and in such fishes as are oviparous, for in all these cases the egg continues to grow. The spawn of the crawfish is of a loose or granular consistency, and is divided into 8 parts, for, corresponding to each of the flaps on the side, there is a gristly formation to which the spawn is attached, and the entire structure resembles a cluster of grapes, for each gristly formation is split into several parts. This is obvious enough if you draw the parts asunder, but at first sight the whole appears to be one and indivisible, and the largest are not those nearest to the outlet, but those in the middle, and the farthest off are the smallest. The size of the small eggs is that of a small seed in a fig, and they are not quite close to the outlet, but placed middleways, for at both ends, tailwards and trunkwards, there are 2 intervals devoid of eggs, for it is thus that the flaps also grow. The side flaps then cannot close, but by placing the end flap on them, the animal can close up all, and this end flap serves them for a lid. And in the act of laying its eggs, it seems to bring them towards the gristly formations by curving the flap of its tail, and then squeezing the eggs towards the said gristly formations, and maintaining a bent posture, it performs the act of laying. The gristly formations at these seasons increase in size and become receptive of the eggs, for the animal lays its eggs into these formations just as the sepia lays its eggs among twigs and driftwood. It lays its eggs then in this manner, and after hatching them for about 20 days it rids itself of them all in one solid lump, as is quite plain from outside. And out of these eggs crawfish form in about 15 days, and these crawfish are caught at times less than a finger's breadth, or 7/10 of an inch in length. The animal then lays its eggs before the middle of September, and after the middle of that month throws off its eggs in a lump. With the humped carids or prawns, the time for gestation is 4 months or thereabouts. Crawfish are found in rough and rocky places, lobsters in smooth places, and neither crawfish nor lobsters are found in muddy ones. And this accounts for the fact that lobsters are found in the Hellespont and on the coast of Thasos, and crawfish in the neighbourhood of Sigeum and Mount Athos. Fishermen, accordingly, when they want to catch these various creatures out at sea, take bearings on the beach and elsewhere that tell them where the ground at the bottom is stony and where soft with slime. In winter and spring these animals keep in near to land. In summer they keep in deep water, thus at various times seeking respectively for warmth or coolness. The so-called Arctus or bear crab lays its eggs at about the same time as the crawfish, and consequently in winter and in the springtime before laying their eggs they are at their best, and after laying at their worst. They cast their shell in the springtime, just as serpents shed their so-called old age or slough, both directly after birth and in later life. This is true both of crabs and crawfish. And, by the way, all crawfish are long-lived. Chapter 18. Mollusks after pairing and copulation lay a white spawn, and this spawn, as in the case of the testacea, gets granular in time. The octopus discharges into its hole or into a potsherd or into any similar cavity a structure resembling the tendrils of a young vine or the fruit of the white poplar, as has been previously observed. The eggs, when the female has laid them, are clustered round the sides of the hole. They are so numerous that if they be removed they suffice to fill a vessel much larger than the animal's body, in which they were contained. Some 50 days later the eggs burst, and the little polypuses creep out like little spiders in great numbers. The characteristic form of their limbs is not yet to be discerned in detail, but their general outline is clear enough. And, by the way, they are so small and helpless that the greater number perish. It is a fact that they have been seen so extremely minute as to be absolutely without organization, but nevertheless, when touched, they moved. The eggs of the sepia look like big black myrtle berries, and they are linked all together like a bunch of grapes, clustered round a center, and are not easily sundered from one another, for the male exudes over them some moist glairy stuff which constitutes the sticky gum. These eggs increase in size, and they are white at the outset, but black and larger after the sprinkling of the male seminal fluid. When it has come into being, the young sepia is first distinctly formed inside out of the white substance, and when the egg bursts, it comes out. The inner part is formed as soon as the female lays the egg, something like a hailstone, and out of this substance the young sepia grows by a head attachment, just as young birds grow by a belly attachment. What is the exact nature of the navel attachment has not yet been observed, except that as the young sepia grows, the white substance grows less and less in size, and at length, as happens with the yolk in the case of birds, the white substance in the case of the young sepia disappears. In the case of the young sepia, as in the case of the young of most animals, the eyes at first seem very large. To illustrate this by way of a figure, let A represent the ovum, B and C the eyes, and D the sapitium or body of the little sepia. The female sepia goes pregnant in the springtime and lays its eggs after 15 days of gestation. After the eggs are laid, there comes in another 15 days something like a bunch of grapes, and at the bursting of these, the young sepia issue forth. But if, when the young ones are fully formed, you sever the outer covering a moment too soon, the young creatures eject excrement, and their color changes from white to red in their alarm. Crustaceans then hatch their eggs by brooding over them, as they carry them about beneath their bodies. But the octopus, the sepia, and the like hatch their eggs without stirring from the spot where they may have laid them, and this statement is particularly applicable to the sepia. In fact, the nest of the female sepia is often seen exposed to view close in to shore. The female octopus at times sits brooding over her eggs, and at other times squats in front of her hole, stretching out her tentacles on guard. The sepia lays her spawn near to land in the neighborhood of seaweed or reeds, or any off-sweepings, such as brushwood, twigs, or stones, and fishermen place heaps of faggots here and there on purpose, and onto such heaps the female deposits a long continuous row, in shape like a vine tendril. It lays or spurts out the spawn with an effort, as though there were difficulty in the process. The female calamary spawns at sea, and it emits the spawn as does the sepia in the mass. The calamary and the cuttlefish are short-lived, as with few exceptions, they never see the year out, and the same statement is applicable to the octopus. From one single egg comes one single sepia, and this is likewise true of the young calamary. The male calamary differs from the female, for if its gill region be dilated and examined, there are found two red formations resembling breasts, with which the male is unprovided. In the sepia, apart from this distinction in the sexes, the male, as has been stated, is more mottled than the female. End of chapter 18. Chapters 3 to 7 of Book 9 of History of Animals by Aristotle, translated by D'Arcy Wentworth Thompson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 3. The characters of animals, as has been observed, differ in respect to timidity, to gentleness, to courage, to tameness, to intelligence, and to stupidity. The sheep is said to be naturally dull and stupid. Of all quadrupeds, it is the most foolish. It will saunter away to lonely places with no object in view. Oftentimes, in stormy weather, it will stray from shelter. If it be overtaken by a snowstorm, it will stand still unless the shepherd sets it in motion. It will stay behind and perish unless the shepherd brings up the rams. It will then follow home. If you catch hold of a goat's beard at the extremity, the beard is of a substance resembling hair, all the companion goats will stand stock still, staring at this particular goat in a kind of dumbfounderment. You will have a warmer bed in amongst the goats than among the sheep, because the goats will be quieter and will creep up towards you, for the goat is more impatient of cold than the sheep. Shepherds train sheep to close in together at a clap of their hands. For if, when a thunderstorm comes on, a ewe stays behind without closing in, the storm will kill it if it be with young. Consequently, if a sudden clap or noise is made, they close in together within the sheepfold by reason of their training. Even bulls, when they are roaming by themselves apart from the herd, are killed by wild animals. Sheep and goats lie crowded together kin by kin. When the sun turns early towards its setting, the goats are said to lie no longer face to face, but back to back. 4. Cattle at pasture keep together in their accustomed herds, and if one animal strays away, the rest will follow. Consequently, if the herdsmen lose one particular animal, they keep close watch on all the rest. When mares with their colts pasture together in the same field, if one dam dies, the others will take up the rearing of the colt. In point of fact, the mare appears to be singularly prone by nature to maternal fondness. In proof whereof a barren mare will steal the foal from its dam, will tend it with all the solicitude of a mother, but as it will be unprovided with mother's milk, its solicitude will prove fatal to its charge. 5. Among wild quadrupeds, the hind appears to be preeminently intelligent. For example, in its habit of bringing forth its young on the sides of public roads, where the fear of man forbids the approach of wild animals. Again, after parturition, it first swallows the afterbirth, then goes in quest of the sesame shrub, and after eating of it returns to its young. The mother takes its young betimes to her lair, so leading it to know its place of refuge in time of danger. This lair is a precipitous rock with only one approach, and there it is said to hold its own against all comers. The male, when it gets fat, which it does in a high degree in autumn, disappears, abandoning its usual resorts, apparently under an idea that its fatness facilitates its capture. They shed their horns in places difficult of access or discovery, whence the proverbial expression of the place where the stag sheds his horns. The fact being that, as having parted with their weapons, they take care not to be seen. The saying is that no man has ever seen the animal's left horn, that the creature keeps it out of sight because it possesses some medicinal property. In their first year, stags grow no horns, but only an excrescence indicating where horns will be, this excrescence being short and thick. In their second year, they grow their horns for the first time, straight in shape like pegs for hanging clothes on, and on this account they have an appropriate nickname. In the third year, the antlers are bifurcate. In the fourth year, they grow trifurcate. And so they go on increasing in complexity until the creature is 6 years old. After this, they grow their horns without any specific differentiation, so that you cannot by observation of them tell the animal's age. But the patriarchs of the herd may be told chiefly by two signs. In the first place, they have few teeth or none at all, and in the second place they have ceased to grow the pointed tips to their antlers. The forward-pointing tips of the growing horns, that is to say the brow antlers, with which the animal meets attack, are technically termed its defenders. With these the patriarchs are unprovided, and their antlers merely grow straight upwards. Stags shed their horns annually in or about the month of May. After shedding, they conceal themselves, it is said, during the daytime, and to avoid the flies hide in thick copses. During this time, until they have grown their horns, they feed at night time. The horns at first grow in a kind of skin envelope, and get rough by degrees. When they reach their full size, the animal basks in the sun, to mature and dry them. When they need no longer rub them against tree trunks, they quit their hiding places from a sense of security based upon the possession of arms defensive and offensive. An Achaean stag has been caught with a quantity of green ivy grown over its horns, it having grown apparently as on fresh green wood, when the horns were young and tender. When a stag is stung by a venom spider or similar insect, it gathers crabs and eats them. It is said to be a good thing for man to drink the juice, but the taste is disagreeable. The hinds, after parturition, at once swallow the afterbirth, and it is impossible to secure it, for the hind catches it before it falls to the ground. Now, this substance is supposed to have medicinal properties. When hunted, the creatures are caught by singing or pipe playing on the part of the hunters. They are so pleased with the music that they lie down on the grass. If there be two hunters, one before their eyes sings or plays the pipe, the other keeps out of sight and shoots, at a signal given by the confederate. If the animal has its ears cocked, it can hear well, and you cannot escape its ken. If its ears are down, you can. 6. When bears are running away from their pursuers, they push their cubs in front of them, or take them up and carry them. When they are being overtaken, they climb up a tree. When emerging from their winter den, they at once take to eating cuckoo pint, as has been said, and chew sticks of wood as though they were cutting teeth. Many other quadrupeds help themselves in clever ways. Wild goats in Crete are said, when wounded by arrows, to go in search of dittany, which is supposed to have the property of ejecting arrows in the body. Dogs, when they are ill, eat some kind of grass and produce vomiting. The panther, after eating panther's bane, tries to find some human excrement which is said to heal its pain. This panther's bane kills lions as well. Hunters hang up human excrement in a vessel attached to the boughs of a tree, to keep the animal from straying to any distance. The animal meets its end in leaping up to the branch and trying to get at the medicine. They say that the panther has found out that wild animals are fond of the scent it emits, that when it goes hunting, it hides itself, that the other animals come nearer and nearer, and that by this stratagem it can catch even animals as swift of foot as stags. The Egyptian ichneumon, when it sees the serpent called the asp, does not attack it until it has called in other ichneumons to help. To meet the blows and bites of their enemy, the assailants beplaster themselves with mud, by first soaking in the river and then rolling on the ground. When the crocodile yawns, the trochilus flies into his mouth and cleans his teeth. The trochilus gets his food thereby, and the crocodile gets ease and comfort. it makes no attempt to injure its little friend, but when it wants it to go, it shakes its neck in warning, lest it should accidentally bite the bird. The tortoise, when it has partaken of a snake, eats marjoram. This action has been actually observed. A man saw a tortoise perform this operation over and over again, and every time it plucked up some marjoram go back to partake of its prey. He thereupon pulled the marjoram up by the roots, and the consequence was the tortoise died. The weasel, when it fights with a snake, first eats wild rue, the smell of which is noxious to the snake. The dragon, when it eats fruit, swallows endive juice. It has been seen in the act. Dogs, when they suffer from worms, eat the standing corn. Storks and all other birds, when they get a wound fighting, apply marjoram to the place injured. Many have seen the locust, when fighting with the snake, get a tight hold of the snake by the neck. The weasel has a clever way of getting the better of birds. It tears their throats open, as wolves do with sheep. Weasels fight desperately with mice catching snakes, as they both prey on the same animal. In regard to the instinct of hedgehogs, it has been observed in many places that, when the wind is shifting from north to south and from south to north, they shift the outlook of their earth holes, and those that are kept in domestication shift over from one wall to the other. The story goes that a man in Byzantium got into high repute for foretelling a change of weather, all owing to his having noticed this habit of the hedgehog. The polecat or marten is about as large as the smaller breed of Maltese dogs. In the thickness of its fur, in its look, in the white of its belly, and in its love of mischief, it resembles the weasel. It is easily tamed. From its liking for honey, it is a plague to beehives. It preys on birds like the cat. Its genital organ, as has been said, consists of bone. The organ of the male is supposed to be a cure for strangury. Doctors scrape it into powder and administer it in that form. 7. In a general way, in the lives of animals, many resemblances to human life may be observed. Preeminent intelligence will be seen more in small creatures than in large ones, as is exemplified in the case of birds by the nest building of the swallow. In the same way, as men do, the bird mixes mud and chaff together. If it runs short of mud, it souses its body in water and rolls about in the dry dust with wet feathers. Furthermore, just as man does, it makes a bed of straw, putting hard material below for a foundation and adapting all to suit its own size. Both parents cooperate in the rearing of the young. Each of the parents will detect with practiced eye the young one that has had a helping, and will take care it is not helped twice over. At first, the parents will rid the nest of excrement, but when the young are grown, they will teach their young to shift their position, and let their excrement fall over the side of the nest. Pigeons exhibit other phenomena with a similar likeness to the ways of humankind. In pairing, the same male and the same female keep together, and the union is only broken by the death of one of the two parties. At the time of parturition, in the female, the sympathetic attentions of the male are extraordinary. If the female is afraid on account of the impending parturition to enter the nest, the male will beat her and force her to come in. When the young are born, he will take and masticate pieces of suitable food, will open the beaks of the fledglings and inject these pieces, thus preparing them betimes to take food. When the male bird is about to expel the young ones from the nest, he cohabits with them all. As a general rule, these birds show this conjugal fidelity, but occasionally a female will cohabit with other than her mate. These birds are combative, and quarrel with one another, and enter each other's nests, though this occurs but seldom. At a distance from their nests, this quarrelsomeness is less marked, but in the close neighbourhood of their nests they will fight desperately. A peculiarity common to the tame pigeon, the ring-dove, and the turtle-dove is that they do not lean the head back when they are in the act of drinking, but only when they have fully quenched their thirst. The turtle-dove and the ring-dove both have but one mate, and let no other come nigh. Both sexes cooperate in the process of incubation. It is difficult to distinguish between the sexes except by an examination of their interiors. Ring-doves are long-lived. Cases have been known where such birds were 25 years old, 30 years old, and in some cases 40. As they grow old, their claws increase in size, and pigeon fanciers cut the claws. As far as one can see, the birds suffer no other perceptible disfigurement by their increase in age. Turtle-doves and pigeons that are blinded by fanciers for use as decoys live for 8 years. Partridges live for about 15 years. Ring-doves and turtle-doves always build their nests in the same place year after year. The male, as a general rule, is more long-lived than the female. But in the case of pigeons, some assert that the male dies before the female, taking their inference from the statements of persons who keep decoy birds in captivity. Some declare that the male sparrow lives only for a year, pointing to the fact that early in spring the male sparrow has no black beard, but has one later on, as though the black-bearded birds of the last year had all died out. They also say that the females are the longer lived, on the grounds that they are caught in amongst the young birds, and that their age is rendered manifest by the hardness about their beaks. Turtle-doves in summer live in cold places and in warm places during the winter. Chaffinches affect warm habitations in summer and cold ones in winter. End of chapter 7. Book 2, chapters 2 to 11 of History of Animals by Aristotle. Translated by D'Arcy Wentworth Thompson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2. With regard to dogs, some doubts are entertained, as some contend that they shed no teeth whatever, and others that they shed the canines, but those alone. The fact being that they do shed their teeth like man, but that the circumstance escapes observation, owing to the fact that they never shed them until equivalent teeth have grown within the gums to take the place of the shed ones. We shall be justified in supposing that the case is similar with wild beasts in general, for they are said to shed their canines only. Dogs can be distinguished from one another, the young from the old, by their teeth, for the teeth in young dogs are white and sharp-pointed, in old dogs black and blunt. Chapter 3. In this particular the horse differs entirely from animals in general, for generally speaking, as animals grow older, their teeth get blacker, but the horse's teeth grow whiter with age. The so-called canines come in between the sharp teeth and the broad or blunt ones, partaking of the form of both kinds, for they are broad at the base and sharp at the tip. Males have more teeth than females in the case of men, sheep, goats, and swine. In the case of other animals, observations have not yet been made, but the more teeth they have, the more long-lived are they, as a rule, while those are short-lived in proportion that have teeth fewer in number and thinly set. Chapter 4. The last teeth to come in man are molars called wisdom teeth, which come at the age of 20 years. In the case of both sexes, cases have been known in women upwards of 80 years old, where at the very close of life the wisdom teeth have come up, causing great pain in their coming, and cases have been known of the like phenomenon in men too. This happens, when it does happen, in the case of people where the wisdom teeth have not come up in early years. Chapter 5. The elephant has 4 teeth on either side, by which it munches its food, grinding it like so much barley meal, and quite apart from these, it has its great teeth or tusks, 2 in number. In the male, these tusks are comparatively large and curved upwards. In the female, they are comparatively small and point in the opposite direction. That is, they look downwards towards the ground. The elephant is furnished with teeth at birth, but the tusks are not then visible. Chapter 6. The tongue of the elephant is exceedingly small and situated far back in the mouth, so that it is difficult to get a sight of it. Chapter 7. Furthermore, animals differ from one another in the relative size of their mouths. In some animals the mouth opens wide, as is the case with the dog, the lion, and with all the saw-toothed animals. Other animals have small mouths, as man, and others have mouths of medium capacity, as the pig and his congeners. The Egyptian hippopotamus has a mane like a horse, is cloven-footed like an ox, and is snub-nosed. It has a huckle-bone like cloven-footed animals, and tusks just visible. It has the tail of a pig, the knee of a horse, and the dimensions of an ass. The hide is so thick that spears are made out of it. In its internal organs it resembles the horse and the ass. Chapter 8. Some animals share the properties of man and the quadrupeds, as the ape, the monkey, and the baboon. The monkey is a tailed ape. The baboon resembles the ape in form, only that it is bigger and stronger, more like a dog in face, and is more savage in its habits, and its teeth are more dog-like and more powerful. Apes are hairy on the back, in keeping with their quadrupedal nature, and hairy on the belly, in keeping with their human form. For, as was said above, this characteristic is reversed in man and the quadruped, only that the hair is coarse, so that the ape is thickly coated both on the belly and on the back. Its face resembles that of man in many respects. In other words, it has similar nostrils and ears, and teeth like those of man, both front teeth and molars. Further, whereas quadrupeds in general are not furnished with lashes on one of the 2 eyelids, this creature has them on both, only very thinly set, especially the under ones. In fact, they are very insignificant indeed. And we must bear in mind that all other quadrupeds have no under eyelash at all. The ape has also in its chest 2 teats upon poorly developed breasts. It has also arms like man, only covered with hair, and it bends these legs like man, with the convexities of both limbs facing one another. In addition, it has hands and fingers and nails like man, only that all these parts are somewhat more beast-like in appearance. Its feet are exceptional in kind, that is, they are like large hands, and the toes are like fingers, with the middle one the longest of all. and the under part of the foot is like a hand, except for its length, and stretches out towards the extremities like the palm of the hand. And this palm at the after end is unusually hard, and in a clumsy, obscure kind of way resembles a heel. The creature uses its feet either as hands or feet, and doubles them up as one doubles a fist. Its upper arm and thigh are short in proportion to the forearm and the shin. It has no projecting navel, but only a hardness in the ordinary locality of the navel. Its upper part is much larger than its lower part, as is the case with quadrupeds. In fact, the proportion of the former to the latter is about as 5:3. Owing to this circumstance, and to the fact that its feet resemble hands, and are composed in a manner of hand and of foot in the heel extremity, of the hand in all else, for even the toes have what is called a palm. For these reasons the animal is oftener to be found on all fours than upright. It has neither hips, inasmuch as it is a quadruped, nor yet a tail, inasmuch as it is a biped, except by the way that it has a tail as small can be, just a sort of indication of a tail. The genitals of the female resemble those of the female in the human species. Those of the male are more like those of a dog than are those of a man. Chapter 9. The monkey, as has been observed, is furnished with a tail. In all such creatures the internal organs are found under dissection to correspond to those of man. So much then for the properties of the organs of such animals as bring forth their young into the world alive. Chapter 10. Oviparous and blooded quadrupeds. And, by the way, no terrestrial blooded animal is oviparous unless it is quadrupedal or is devoid of feet altogether, are furnished with a head, a neck, a back, upper and under parts, the front legs and hind legs, and the part analogous to the chest, all, as in the case of viviparous quadrupeds, and with a tail, usually large, in exceptional cases small. And all these creatures are many-toed, and the several toes are cloven apart. Furthermore, they all have the ordinary organs of sensation, including a tongue, with the exception of the Egyptian crocodile. This latter animal, by the way, resembles certain fishes, for, as a general rule, fishes have a prickly tongue, not free in its movements, though there are some fishes that present a smooth, undifferentiated surface where the tongue should be, until you open their mouths wide and make a close inspection. Again, oviparous blooded quadrupeds are unprovided with ears, but possess only the passage for hearing. Neither have they breasts, nor a copulatory organ, nor external testicles, but internal ones only. Neither are they hair-coated, but are in all cases covered with scaly plates. Moreover, they are without exception saw-toothed. River crocodiles have pig's eyes, large teeth and tusks, and strong nails, and an impenetrable skin composed of scaly plates. They see but poorly under water, but above the surface of it with remarkable acuteness. As a rule, they pass the daytime on land, and the nighttime in the water, for the temperature of the water is at nighttime more genial than that of the open air. Chapter 11. The chameleon resembles the lizard in the general configuration of its body, but the ribs stretch downwards and meet together under the belly, as is the case with fishes, and the spine sticks up, as with the fish. Its face resembles that of the baboon. Its tail is exceedingly long, terminates in a sharp point, and is for the most part coiled up like a strap of leather. It stands higher off the ground than the lizard, but the flexure of the legs is the same in both creatures. Each of its feet is divided into two parts, which bear the same relation to one another that the thumb and the rest of the hand bear to one another in man. Each of these parts is for a short distance divided after a fashion into toes. On the front feet, the inside part is divided into three, and the outside into two. On the hind feet, the inside part into two, and the outside into three. It has claws also on these parts resembling those of birds of prey. Its body is rough all over, like that of the crocodile. Its eyes are situated in a hollow recess and are very large and round, and are enveloped in a skin resembling that which covers the entire body. And in the middle a slight aperture is left for vision, through which the animal sees, for it never covers up this aperture with the cutaneous envelope. It keeps twisting its eyes round and shifting its line of vision in every direction, and thus contrives to get a sight of any object that it wants to see. The change in its color takes place when it is inflated with air. It is then black, not unlike the crocodile, or green, like the lizard, but black spotted, like the pard. This change of color takes place over the whole body alike, for the eyes and the tail come alike under its influence. In its movements it is very sluggish, like the tortoise. It assumes a greenish hue in dying, and retains this hue after death. It resembles the lizard in the position of the esophagus and the windpipe. It has no flesh anywhere except a few scraps of flesh on the head and on the jaws, and near to the root of the tail. It has blood only round about the heart, the eyes, the region above the heart, and in all the veins extending from these parts. And in all these there is but little blood after all. The brain is situated a little above the eyes, but connected with them. When the outer skin is drawn aside from off the eye, a something is found surrounding the eye that gleams through like a thin ring of copper. Membranes extend well nigh over its entire frame, numerous and strong, and surpassing in respect of number and relative strength those found in any other animal. After being cut open along its entire length, it continues to breathe for a considerable time. A very slight motion goes on in the region of the heart, and while contraction is especially manifested in the neighborhood of the ribs, a similar motion is more or less discernible over the whole body. It has no spleen visible. It hibernates like the lizard. End of chapter 11. Chapters 19 and 20 of Book 5 of History of Animals by Aristotle, translated by D'Arcy Wentworth Thompson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 19. With regard to insects, that the male is less than the female, and that he mounts upon her back, and how he performs the act of copulation, and the circumstance that he gives over reluctantly, all this has already been set forth. In most cases of insect copulation, this process is speedily followed up by parturition. All insects engender grubs, with the exception of a species of butterfly, and the female of this species lays a hard egg, resembling the seed of the necas, with a juice inside it. But from the grub the young animal does not grow out of a mere portion of it, as a young animal grows from a portion only of an egg, but the grub entire grows, and the animal becomes differentiated out of it. And of insects, some are derived from insect congeners, as the venom spider and the common spider from the venom spider and the common spider, and so with the atelebus or locust, the acris or grasshopper, and the tetix or cicada. Other insects are not derived from living parentage, but are generated spontaneously, some out of dew falling on leaves, ordinarily in springtime, but not seldom in winter, when there has been a stretch of fair weather and southerly winds. Others grow in decaying mud or dung, others in timber, green or dry, some in the hair of animals, some in the flesh of animals, some in excrements, and some from excrement after it has been voided, and some from excrement yet within the living animal, like the helminths or intestinal worms. And of these intestinal worms there are three species, one named the flatworm, another the roundworm, and the third the ascarid. These intestinal worms do not in any case propagate their kind. The flatworm, however, in an exceptional way, clings fast to the gut, and lays a thing like a melon seed, by observing which indication the physician concludes that his patient is troubled with the worm. The so-called psyche or butterfly is generated from caterpillars, which grow on green leaves, chiefly leaves of the raffinus, which some call crambe or cabbage. At first it is less than a grain of millet. It then grows into a small grub, and in 3 days it is a tiny caterpillar. After this it grows on, and becomes quiescent and changes its shape, and is now called a chrysalis. The outer shell is hard, and the chrysalis moves if you touch it. It attaches itself by cobweb-like filaments, and is unfurnished with mouth or any other apparent organ. After a little while the outer covering bursts asunder, and out flies the winged creature that we call the psyche or butterfly. At first, when it is a caterpillar, it feeds and ejects excrement. But when it turns into the chrysalis, it neither feeds nor ejects excrement. The same remarks are applicable to all such insects as are developed out of the grub, both such grubs as are derived from the copulation of living animals, and such as are generated without copulation on the part of parents. For the grub of the bee, the anthrena, and the wasp, whilst it is young, takes food and voids excrement. But when it has passed from the grub shape to its defined form, and become what is termed a nympha, it ceases to take food and to void excrement, and remains tightly wrapped up and motionless until it has reached its full size, when it breaks the formation with which the cell is closed, and issues forth. The insects named the Hupera and the Pinia are derived from similar caterpillars, which move in an undulatory way, progressing with one part and then pulling up the hinder parts by a bend of the body. The developed insect in each case takes its peculiar colour from the parent caterpillar. From one particular large grub, which has, as it were, horns, and in other respects differs from grubs in general, there comes by a metamorphosis of the grub, first a caterpillar, then the cocoon, then the Nicodalus, and the creature passes through all these transformations within 6 months. A class of women unwind and reel off the cocoons of these creatures, and afterwards weave a fabric with the threads thus unwound. A Coan woman of the name of Pamphylia, daughter of Plateus, being credited with the first invention of the fabric. After the same fashion, the carabus or stag beetle comes from grubs that live in dry wood. At first the grub is motionless, but after a while the shell bursts and the stag beetle issues forth. From the cabbage is engendered the cabbage worm, and from the leek the Praesocoris or leek bane. This creature is also winged. From the flat animalcule that skims over the surface of rivers comes the estrus or gadfly, and this accounts for the fact that gadflies most abound in the neighbourhood of waters on whose surface these animalcules are observed. From a certain small, black, and hairy caterpillar comes first a wingless glowworm, and this creature again suffers a metamorphosis and transforms into a winged insect named the bostrocus or hair curl. Gnats grow from ascarids, and ascarids are engendered in the slime of wells, or in places where there is a deposit left by the draining off of water. This slime decays and first turns white, then black, and finally blood red, and at this stage there originate in it, as it were, little tiny bits of red weed, which at first wriggle about, all clinging together, and finally break loose and swim in the water, and are hereupon known as ascarids. After a few days they stand straight up on the water motionless and hard, and by the husk breaks off and the gnats are seen sitting upon it, until the sun's heat or a puff of wind sets them in motion, when they fly away. With all grubs and all animals that break out from the grub state, generation is due primarily to the heat of the sun or to wind. Ascarids are more likely to be found, and grow with unusual rapidity, in places where there is a deposit of a mixed and heterogeneous kind, as in kitchens and in ploughed fields, for the contents of such places are disposed to rapid putrefaction. In autumn also, owing to the drying up of moisture, they grow in unusual numbers. The tick is generated from couch grass, the cockchafer from a grub that is generated in the dung of the cow or the ass. The cantharus or scarabaeus rolls a piece of dung into a ball, lies hidden within it during the winter, and gives birth therein to small grubs, from which grubs come new canthari. Certain winged insects also come from the grubs that are found in pulse, in the same fashion as in the cases described. Flies grow from grubs in the dung that farmers have gathered up into heaps. For those who are engaged in this work assiduously gather up the compost, and this they technically term working up the manure. The grub is exceedingly minute to begin with. First, even at this stage, it assumes a reddish colour, and then from a quiescent state it takes on the power of motion, as though born to it. It then becomes a small motionless grub. It then moves again, and again relapses into immobility. It then comes out a perfect fly, and moves away under the influence of the sun's heat or of a puff of air. The myops, or horsefly, is engendered in timber. The orsodacna, or budbane, is a transformed grub, and this grub is engendered in cabbage stalks. The cantharus comes from the caterpillars that are found on fig trees, or pear trees, or fir trees, for on all these grubs are engendered, and also from caterpillars found on the dog rose. And the cantharus takes eagerly to ill-scented substances, from the fact of its having been engendered in ill-scented woods. The conops comes from a grub that is engendered in the slime of vinegar. And, by the way, living animals are found in substances that are usually supposed to be incapable of putrefaction. For instance, worms are found in long-lying snow, and snow of this description gets reddish in colour, and the grub that is engendered in it is red, as might have been expected, and it is also hairy. The grubs found in the snows of Media are large and white, and all such grubs are little disposed to motion. In Cyprus, in places where copper ore is smelted, with heaps of the ore piled on day after day, an animal is engendered in the fire, somewhat larger than a bluebottle fly, furnished with wings, which can hop or crawl through the fire, and the grubs and these latter animals perish when you keep the one away from the fire, and the other from the snow. Now the salamander is a clear case in point to show us that animals do actually exist, that fire cannot destroy. For this creature, so the story goes, not only walks through the fire, but puts it out in doing so. On the river Hypanis, in the Cimmerian Bosporus, about the time of the summer solstice, there are brought down towards the sea by the stream what look like little sacks rather bigger than grapes, out of which at their bursting issues a winged quadruped. The insect lives and flies about until the evening, but as the sun goes down it pines away and dies at sunset, having lived just one day, from which circumstance it is called the ephemeron. As a rule, insects that come from caterpillars and grubs are held at first by filaments resembling the threads of a spider's web. Such is the mode of generation of the insects above enumerated. Chapter 20. The wasps that are nicknamed the ichneumons or hunters, less in size by the way than the ordinary wasp, kill spiders and carry off the dead bodies to a wall or some such place with a hole in it. This hole they smear over with mud and lay their grubs inside it, and from the grubs come the hunter wasps. Some of the coleoptera and of the small and nameless insects make small holes or cells of mud on a wall or on a gravestone, and there deposit their grubs. With insects, as a general rule, the time of generation from its commencement to its completion comprises 3 or 4 weeks. With grubs and grub-like creatures, the time is usually 3 weeks, and in the oviparous insects, as a rule, 4. But in the case of oviparous insects, the egg formation comes at the close of 7 days from copulation, and during the remaining 3 weeks the parent broods over and hatches its young, i.e., where this is the result of copulation, as in the case of the spider and its congeners. As a rule, the transformations take place in intervals of 3 or 4 days, corresponding to the lengths of interval at which the crises recur in intermittent fevers. So much for the generation of insects. Their death is due to the shriveling of their organs, just as the larger animals die of old age. Winged insects die in autumn from the shrinking of their wings. The myops dies from dropsy in the eyes. End of chapter 20. Chapters 1 to 7 of Book 5 of History of Animals by Aristotle, translated by D'Arcy Wentworth Thompson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1. As to the parts internal and external, that all animals are furnished withal, and further, as to the senses, to voice and sleep, and the duality of sex, all these topics have now been touched upon. It now remains for us to discuss duly and in order their several modes of propagation. These modes are many and diverse, and in some respects are like, and in other respects are unlike to one another. As we carried on our previous discussion genus by genus, so we must attempt to follow the same divisions in our present argument, only that whereas in the former case we started with a consideration of the parts of man, in the present case it behoves us to treat of man last of all, because he involves most discussion. We shall commence then with testaceans, and then proceed to crustaceans, and then to the other genera in due order. And these other genera are severally mollusks and insects, then fishes, viviparous, and fishes oviparous, and next birds, and afterwards we shall treat of animals provided with feet, both such as are oviparous and such as are viviparous. And we may observe that some quadrupeds are viviparous, but that the only viviparous biped is man. Now, there is one property that animals are found to have in common with plants. For some plants are generated from the seed of plants, whilst other plants are self-generated through the formation of some elemental principle similar to a seed. And of these latter plants, some derive their nutriment from the ground, whilst others grow inside other plants, as is mentioned by the way in my treatise on botany. So with animals, some spring from parent animals according to their kind, whilst others grow spontaneously and not from kindred stock. And of these instances of spontaneous generation, some come from putrefying earth or vegetable matter, as is the case with a number of insects, while others are spontaneously generated in the inside of animals out of the secretions of their several organs. In animals where generation goes by heredity, wherever there is duality of sex, generation is due to copulation. In the group of fishes, however, there are some that are neither male nor female, and these, while they are identical generically with other fish, differ from them specifically. But there are others that stand altogether isolated and apart by themselves. Other fishes there are that are always female and never male, and from them are conceived what correspond to the wind eggs in birds. Such eggs, by the way, in birds are all unfruitful, but it is their nature to be independently capable of generation up to the egg stage, unless, indeed, there be some other mode than the one familiar to us of intercourse with the male. But concerning these topics we shall treat more precisely later on. In the case of certain fishes, however, after they have spontaneously generated eggs, these eggs develop into living animals, only that in certain of these cases development is spontaneous, and in others is not independent of the male. And the method of proceeding in regard to these matters will be set forth by and by, for the method is somewhat like to the method followed in the case of birds. But whensoever creatures are spontaneously generated, either in other animals, in the soil, or on plants, or in the parts of these, and when such are generated male and female, then from the copulation of such spontaneously generated males and females there is generated a something never identical in shape with the parents, but a something imperfect. For instance, the issue of copulation in lice is nits, in flies grubs, in fleas grubs egg-like in shape. And from these issues the parent species is never reproduced, nor is any animal produced at all, but the like nondescripts only. First, then, we must proceed to treat of covering in regard to such animals as cover and are covered, and then after this to treat in due order of other matters, both the exceptional and those of general occurrence. Chapter 2. Those animals, then, cover and are covered in which there is a duality of sex, and the modes of covering in such animals are not in all cases similar nor analogous. For the red-blooded animals that are viviparous and furnished with feet have in all cases organs adapted for procreation, but the sexes do not in all cases come together in like manner. Thus opisthoretic animals copulate with a rearward presentiment, as is the case with the lion, the hare, and the lynx, though, by the way, in the case of the hare, the female is often observed to cover the male. The case is similar in most other such animals, that is to say, the majority of quadrupeds copulate as best they can, the male mounting the female, and this is the only method of copulating adopted by birds, though there are certain diversities of method observed even in birds. For in some cases the female squats on the ground and the male mounts on top of her, as is the case with the cock and hen bustard, and the barn door cock and hen. In other cases the male mounts without the female squatting, as with the male and female crane. For with these birds the male mounts on to the back of the female and covers her, and, like the cock sparrow, consumes but very little time in the operation. Of quadrupeds, bears perform the operation lying prone on one another, in the same way as other quadrupeds do while standing up, that is to say, with the belly of the male pressed to the back of the female. Hedgehogs copulate erect, belly to belly. With regard to large-sized vivipara, the hind only very rarely sustains the mounting of the stag to the full conclusion of the operation, and the same is the case with the cow as regards the bull, owing to the rigidity of the penis of the bull. In point of fact, the females of these animals elicit the sperm of the male in the act of withdrawing from underneath him, and, by the way, this phenomenon has been observed in the case of the stag and hind, domesticated of course. Covering with the wolf is the same as with the dog. Cats do not copulate with a rearward presentiment on the part of the female, but the male stands erect and the female puts herself underneath him. And by the way, the female cat is peculiarly lecherous, and wheedles the male on to sexual commerce, and caterwauls during the operation. Camels copulate with the female in a sitting posture, and the male straddles over and covers her, not with the hinder presentiment on the female's part, but like the other quadrupeds mentioned above, and they pass the whole day long in the operation. When thus engaged, they retire to lonely spots, and none but their keeper dare approach them. And, be it observed, the penis of the camel is so sinewy that bowstrings are manufactured out of it. Elephants also copulate in lonely places, and especially by riversides, in their usual haunts. The female squats down and straddles with her legs, and the male mounts and covers her. The seal covers like all opisthoretic animals, and in this species the copulation extends over a lengthened time, as is the case with the dog and bitch, and the penis in the male seal is exceptionally large. Chapter 3. Oviparous quadrupeds cover one another in the same way. That is to say, in some cases the male mounts the female precisely as in the viviparous animals, as is observed in both the land and the sea tortoise. Lacuna. And these creatures have an organ in which the ducts converge, and with which they perform the act of copulation, as is also observed in the toad, the frog, and all other animals of the same group. Chapter 4. Long animals devoid of feet, like serpents and murina, intertwine in coition, belly to belly. And in fact serpents coil round one another so tightly as to present the appearance of a single serpent with a pair of heads. The same mode is followed by the saurians, that is to say, they coil round one another in the act of coition. Chapter 5. All fishes, with the exception of the flat Salacians, lie down side by side and copulate belly to belly. Fishes, however, that are flat and furnished with tails, as the ray, the trigon, and the like, copulate not only in this way, but also, where the tail from its thinness is no impediment, by mounting of the male upon the female belly to back. But the rhina or angelfish, and other like fishes, where the tail is large, copulate only by rubbing against one another, sideways, belly to belly. Some men assure us that they have seen some of the Salacia copulating hindways, like dog and bitch. In all the cartilaginous species, the female is larger than the male, and the same is the case with other fishes for the most part. And among cartilaginous fishes are included, besides those already named, the boss, the lamia, the aiatos, the narke or torpedo, the fishing frog, and all the galeadas or sharks and dogfish. Cartilaginous fishes, then, of all kinds, have in many instances been observed copulating in the way above mentioned. For, by the way, in viviparous animals the process of copulation is of longer duration than in the ovipara. It is the same with the dolphin and with all cetaceans. That is to say, they come side by side, male and female, and copulate, and the act extends over a time which is neither short nor very long. Again, in cartilaginous fishes, the male in some species differs from the female in the fact that he is furnished with two appendages hanging down from about the exit of the residuum, and that the female is not so furnished. And this distinction between the sexes is observed in all the species of the sharks and dogfish. Now, neither fishes nor any animals devoid of feet are furnished with testicles, but male serpents and male fishes have a pair of ducts which fill with milk or sperm at the rutting season, and discharge in all cases a milk-like juice. These ducts unite as in birds. For birds, by the way, have their testicles in their interior, and so have all ovipara that are furnished with feet. And this union of the ducts is so far continued and of such extension as to enter the receptive organ in the female. In viviparous animals furnished with feet there is outwardly one and the same duct for the sperm and the liquid residuum. But there are separate ducts internally, as has been observed in the differentiation of the organs. And with such animals as are not viviparous, the same passage serves for the discharge also of the solid residuum, although internally there are two passages, separate but near to one another. And these remarks apply to both male and female, for these animals are unprovided with a bladder, except in the case of the tortoise. And the she-tortoise, though furnished with a bladder, has only one passage. And tortoises, by the way, belong to the ovipara. In the case of oviparous fishes, the process of coition is less open to observation. In point of fact, some are led by the want of actual observation to surmise that the female becomes impregnated by swallowing the seminal fluid of the male. And there can be no doubt that this proceeding on the part of the female is often witnessed. For at the rutting season the females follow the males and perform this operation, and strike the males with their mouths under the belly, and the males are thereby induced to part with the sperm sooner and more plentifully. And further, at the spawning season the males go in pursuit of the females, and as the female spawns, the males swallow the eggs, and the species is continued in existence by the spawn that survives this process. On the coast of Phoenicia, they take advantage of these instinctive propensities of the two sexes to catch both one and the other. That is to say, by using the male of the grey mullet as a decoy, they collect and net the female, and by using the female, the male. The repeated observation of this phenomenon has led to the notion that the process was equivalent to coition, but the fact is that a similar phenomenon is observable in quadrupeds. For at the rutting season both the males and the females take to running at their genitals, and the two sexes take to smelling each other at those parts. With partridges, by the way, if the female gets to leeward of the male, she becomes thereby impregnated, and often when they happen to be in heat, she is affected in this wise by the voice of the male, or by his breathing down on her as he flies overhead. And, by the way, both the male and the female partridge keep the mouth wide open, and protrude the tongue in the process of coition. The actual process of copulation on the part of oviparous fishes is seldom accurately observed, owing to the fact that they very soon fall aside and slip asunder. But for all that, the process has been observed to take place in the manner above described. Chapter 6. Mollusks, such as the octopus, the sepia, and the calamary, have sexual intercourse all in the same way. That is to say, they unite at the mouth by an interlacing of their tentacles. When then the octopus rests its so-called head against the ground and spreads abroad its tentacles, the other sex fits into the outspreading of these tentacles, and the two sexes then bring their suckers into mutual connection. Some assert that the male has a kind of penis in one of his tentacles, the one in which are the two largest suckers, and they further assert that the organ is tendinous in character, growing attached right up to the middle of the tentacle, and that the latter enables it to enter the nostril or funnel of the female. Now cuttlefish and calamaries swim about closely intertwined, with mouths and tentacles facing one another and fitting closely together, and swim thus in opposite directions, and they fit their so-called nostrils into one another, and the one sex swims backwards and the other frontwards during the operation, and the female lays its spawn by the so-called blowhole, and, by the way, some declare that it is at this organ that the coition really takes place. Chapter 7. Crustaceans copulate, as the crawfish, the lobster, the carid, and the like, just like the opisthoretic quadrupeds, when the one animal turns up its tail and the other puts his tail on the other's tail. Copulation takes place in the early spring near to the shore, and in fact the process has often been observed in the case of all these animals. Sometimes it takes place about the time when the figs begin to ripen. Lobsters and carids copulate in like manner. Crabs copulate at the front parts of one another, belly to belly, throwing their overlapping opercula to meet one another. First the smaller crab mounts the larger at the rear. After he has mounted, the larger one turns on one side. Now the female differs in no respect from the male, except in the circumstance that its operculum is larger, more elevated, and more hairy, and into this operculum it spawns its eggs, and in the same neighbourhood is the outlet of the residuum. In the copulative process of these animals, there is no protrusion of a member from one animal into the other. End of chapter 7. Chapters 1 and 2 of Book 9 of History of Animals by Aristotle, translated by D'Arcy Wentworth Thompson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 1. Of the animals that are comparatively obscure and short-lived, the characters or dispositions are not so obvious to recognition as are those of animals that are longer-lived. These latter animals appear to have a natural capacity corresponding to each of the passions, to cunning or simplicity, courage or timidity, to good temper or to bad, and to other similar dispositions of mind. Some also are capable of giving or receiving instruction, of receiving it from one another or from man. Those that have the faculty of hearing, for instance, and not to limit the matter to audible sound, such as can differentiate the suggested meanings of word and gesture. In all genera in which the distinction of male and female is found, nature makes a similar differentiation in the mental characteristics of the two sexes. This differentiation is the most obvious in the case of humankind, and in that of the larger animals and the viviparous quadrupeds. In the case of these latter, the female is softer in character, is the sooner tamed, admits more readily of caressing, is more apt in the way of learning, as for instance in the Laconian breed of dogs, the female is cleverer than the male. Of the Molossian breed of dogs, such as are employed in the chase are pretty much the same as those elsewhere, but the sheep-dogs of this breed are superior to the others in size, and in the courage with which they face the attacks of wild animals. Dogs that are born of a mixed breed between these two kinds are remarkable for courage and endurance of hard labour. In all cases, excepting those of the bear and leopard, the female is less spirited than the male. In regard to the two exceptional cases, the superiority in courage rests with the female. With all other animals, the female is softer in disposition than the male, is more mischievous, less simple, more impulsive, and more attentive to the nurture of the young. The male, on the other hand, is more spirited than the female, more savage, more simple, and less cunning. The traces of these differentiated characteristics are more or less visible everywhere, but they are especially visible where character is the more developed, and most of all in man. The fact is, the nature of man is the most rounded off and complete, and consequently in man the qualities or capacities above referred to are found in their perfection. Hence woman is more compassionate than man, more easily moved to tears, at the same time is more jealous, more querulous, more apt to scold and to strike. She is furthermore more prone to despondency and less hopeful than the man, more void of shame or self-respect, more false of speech, more deceptive, and of more retentive memory. She is also more wakeful, more shrinking, more difficult to rouse to action, and requires a smaller quantity of nutriment. As was previously stated, the male is more courageous than the female, and more sympathetic in the way of standing by to help. Even in the case of mollusks, when the cuttlefish is struck with the trident, the male stands by to help the female, but when the male is struck, the female runs away. There is enmity between such animals as dwell in the same localities or subsist on the same food. If the means of subsistence run short, creatures of like kind will fight together. Thus it is said that seals which inhabit one and the same district will fight, male with male, and female with female, until one combatant kills the other, or one is driven away by the other, and their young do even in like manner. All creatures are at enmity with the carnivores, and the carnivores with all the rest, for they all subsist on living creatures. Soothsayers take notice of cases where animals keep apart from one another, and cases where they congregate together, calling those that live at war with one another dissociates, and those that dwell in peace with one another associates. One may go so far as to say that if there were no lack or stint of food, then those animals that are now afraid of man or are wild by nature would be tame and familiar with him, and in like manner with one another. This is shown by the way animals are treated in Egypt, for, owing to the fact that food is constantly supplied to them, the very fiercest creatures live peaceably together. The fact is, they are tamed by kindness, and in some places crocodiles are tamed to their priestly keeper from being fed by him, and elsewhere also the same phenomenon is to be observed. The eagle and the snake are enemies, for the eagle lives on snakes. So are the ichneumon and the venom spider, for the ichneumon preys upon the latter. In the case of birds, there is mutual enmity between the poacheles, the crested lark, the woodpecker, and the chloreus, for they devour one another's eggs. So also between the crow and the owl. For, owing to the fact that the owl is dim-sighted by day, the crow at midday preys upon the owl's eggs, and the owl at night upon the crow's, each having the whip hand of the other turn and turn about, night and day. There is enmity also between the owl and the wren, for the latter also devours the owl's eggs. In the daytime, all other little birds flutter round the owl, a practice which is popularly termed admiring him, buffet him, and pluck out his feathers. In consequence of this habit, bird catchers use the owl as a decoy for catching little birds of all kinds. The so-called Prespus, or old man, is at war with the weasel and the crow, for they prey on her eggs and her brood, and so the turtle-dove with the Paralis, for they live in the same districts and on the same food. And so with the green woodpecker and the libyus, and so with the kite and the raven. For owing to his having the advantage from stronger talons and more rapid flight, the former can steal whatever the latter is holding, so that it is food also that makes enemies of these. In like manner, there is war between birds that get their living from the sea, as between the brenthus, the gull, and the harpy, and so between the buzzard on one side and the toad and snake on the other, for the buzzard preys upon the eggs of the two others, and so between the turtle dove and the chloreus kills the dove, and the crow kills the so-called drummer bird. The aegolius and birds of prey in general prey upon the calaris, and consequently there is war between it and them, and so is there war between the gecko lizard and the spider, for the former preys upon the latter, and so between the woodpecker and the heron, for the former preys upon the eggs and brood of the latter, and so between the aegithus and the ass, owing to the fact that the ass, in passing a furze bush, rubs its sore and itching parts against the prickles. By so doing, and all the more if it brays, it topples the eggs and the brood out of the nest. The young ones tumble out in fright, and the mother bird, to avenge this wrong, flies at the beast and pecks at his sore places. The wolf is at war with the ass, the bull, and the fox, for as being a carnivore he attacks these other animals, and so for the same reason with the fox and the circus, for the circus, being carnivorous and furnished with crooked talons, attacks and maims the animal. And so the raven is at war with the bull and the ass, for it flies at them and strikes them and pecks at their eyes, and so with the eagle and the heron, for the former, having crooked talons, attacks the latter, and the latter usually succumbs to the attack. And so the merlin with the vulture, and the crex with the eleosowl, the blackbird and the oriole. Of this latter bird, by the way, the story goes that he was originally born out of a funeral pyre. The cause of warfare is that the crex injures both them and their young. The nuthatch and the wren are at war with the eagle. The nuthatch breaks the eagle's eggs, so the eagle is at war with it on special grounds, though, as a bird of prey, it carries on a general war all round. The horse and the anthus are enemies, and the horse will drive the bird out of the field where he is grazing. The bird feeds on grass, and sees too dimly to foresee an attack. It mimics the whinnying of the horse, flies at him, and tries to frighten him away. But the horse drives the bird away, and whenever he catches it, he kills it. This bird lives beside rivers or on marsh ground. It has pretty plumage, and finds its food without trouble. The ass is at enmity with the lizard, for the lizard sleeps in his manger, gets into his nostril, and prevents his eating. Of herons there are three kinds: the ash-coloured, the white, and the starry heron, or bittern. Of these, the first mentioned submits with reluctance to the duties of incubation, or to union of the sexes. In fact, it screams during the union, and it is said drips blood from its eyes. It lays its eggs also in an awkward manner, not unattended with pain. It is at war with certain creatures that do it injury, with the eagle for robbing it, with the fox for worrying it at night, and with the lark for stealing its eggs. The snake is at war with the weasel and the pig, with the weasel when they are both at home, for they live on the same food, with the pig for preying on her kind. The merlin is at war with the fox. It strikes and claws it, and as it has crooked talons, it kills the animal's young. The raven and the fox are good friends, for the raven is at enmity with the merlin, and so when the merlin assails the fox, the raven comes and helps the animal. The vulture and the merlin are mutual enemies, as being both furnished with crooked talons. The vulture fights with the eagle, and so, by the way, does the swan, and the swan is often victorious. Moreover, of all birds, swans are most prone to the killing of one another. In regard to wild creatures, some sets are at enmity with other sets at all times and under all circumstances. Others, as in the case of man and man, at special times and under incidental circumstances. The ass and the acanthus are enemies, for the bird lives on thistles, and the ass browses on thistles when they are young and tender. The anthus, the acanthus, and the aegithus are at enmity with one another. It is said that the blood of the anthus will not intercommingle with the blood of the aegithus. The crow and the heron are friends, as also are the sedge-bird and lark, the laidus, and the celius or green woodpecker. The woodpecker lives on the banks of rivers and beside brakes. The laidus lives on rocks and hills, and is greatly attached to its nesting place. The piffynx, the harpy, and the kite are friends, as are the fox and the snake, for both burrow underground. So also are the blackbird and the turtle-dove. The lion and the thos or civet are enemies, for both are carnivorous and live on the same food. Elephants fight fiercely with one another, and stab one another with their tusks. Of two combatants, the beaten one gets completely cowed, and dreads the sound of his conqueror's voice. These animals differ from one another to an extraordinary extent in the way of courage. Indians employ these animals for war purposes, irrespective of sex. The females, however, are less in size and much inferior in point of spirit. An elephant, by pushing with his big tusks, can batter down a wall, and will butt his forehead at a palm until he brings it down, when he stamps on it and lays it in orderly fashion on the ground. Men hunt the elephant in the following way. They mount tame elephants of approved spirit and proceed in quest of wild animals. When they come up with these, they bid the tame brutes to beat the wild ones until they tire the latter completely. Hereupon the driver mounts a wild brute, and guides him with the application of his metal prong. After this, the creature soon becomes tame, and obeys guidance. Now, when the driver is on their back, they are all tractable, but after he has dismounted, some are tame and others vicious. In the case of these latter, they tie their front legs with ropes to keep them quiet. The animal is hunted, whether young or full grown. Thus we see that in the case of the creatures above mentioned, their mutual friendship or enmity is due to the food they feed on and the life they lead. 2. Of fishes, such as swim in shoals together are friendly to one another. Such as do not so swim are enemies. Some fishes swarm during the spawning season, others after they have spawned. To state the matter comprehensively, we may say that the following are shoaling fish: the tunny, the minas, the sea gudgeon, the bogue, the horse mackerel, the coracine, the cynodon or dentex, the red mullet, the spherina, the anthias, the eleginus, the atharin, the sarginus, the garfish, the squid, the rainbow wrasse, the pelamid, the mackerel, the collimackerel. Of these, some not only swim in shoals, but go in pairs inside the shoal. The rest, without exception, swim in pairs, and only swim in shoals at certain periods, that is, as has been said, when they are heavy with spawn, or after they have spawned. The bass and the grey mullet are bitter enemies, but they swarm together at certain times. For at times not only do fishes of the same species swarm together, but also those whose feeding grounds are identical or adjacent, if the food supply be abundant. The grey mullet is often found alive with its tail lopped off, and the conger with all that part of its body removed that lies to the rear of the vent. In the case of the mullet, the injury is wrought by the bass; in that of the conger eel, by the murrhina. There is war between the larger and the lesser fishes, for the big fishes prey on the little ones. So much on the subject of marine animals. End of chapter 2. Chapter 40 of Book 9 of History of Animals by Aristotle, translated by D'Arcy Wentworth Thompson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 40. So much for the spider. Of insects, there is a genus that has no one name, that comprehends all the species, though all the species are akin to one another in form. It consists of all the insects that construct a honeycomb, to wit, the bee, and all the insects that resemble it in form. There are 9 varieties, of which 6 are gregarious: the bee, the king bee, the drone bee, the annual wasp, and furthermore the anthrene or hornet, and the tenthredo or ground wasp. 3 are solitary: the smaller siren, of a dun colour; the larger siren, black and speckled; and the third, the largest of all, that is called the humble bee. Now, ants never go a-hunting, but gather up what is ready to hand. The spider makes nothing, and lays up no store, but simply goes a-hunting for its food; while the bee, for we shall by and by treat of the 9 varieties, does not go a-hunting, but constructs its food out of gathered material, and stores it away, for honey is the bee's food. This fact is shown by the beekeeper's attempt to remove the combs; for the bees, when they are fumigated and are suffering great distress from the process, then devour the honey most ravenously, whereas at other times they are never observed to be so greedy, but apparently are thrifty and disposed to lay by for their future sustenance. They have also another food which is called bee bread. This is scarcer than honey, and has a sweet fig-like taste. This they carry as they do the wax on their legs. Very remarkable diversity is observed in their methods of working and their general habits. When the hive has been delivered to them clean and empty, they build their waxen cells, bringing in the juice of all kinds of flowers and the tears or exuding sap of trees, such as willows and elms, and such others as are particularly given to the exudation of gum. With this material they besmear the groundwork, to provide against attacks of other creatures. The beekeepers call this stuff stopwax. They also, with the same material, narrow by side building the entrances to the hive if they are too wide. They first build cells for themselves, then for the so-called kings and the drones. For themselves they are always building, for the kings only when the brood of young is numerous, and cells for the drones they build if a superabundance of honey should suggest their doing so. They build the royal cells next to their own, and they are of small bulk. The drones' cells they build near by, and these latter are less in bulk than the bee cells. They begin building the combs downwards from the top of the hive, and go down and down, building many combs connected together until they reach the bottom. The cells, both those for the honey and those also for the grubs, are double-doored, for 2 cells are ranged about a single base, one pointing one way and one the other, after the manner of a double or hourglass-shaped goblet. The cells that lie at the commencement of the combs and are attached to the hives, to the extent of 2 or 3 concentric circular rows, are small and devoid of honey. The cells that are well filled with honey are most thoroughly loaded with wax. At the entry to the hive, The aperture of the doorway is smeared with mitus. This substance is a deep black, and is a sort of dross or residual byproduct of wax. It has a pungent odor, and is a cure for bruises and suppurating sores. The greasy stuff that comes next is pitch wax. It has a less pungent odor, and is less medicinal than the mitus. Some say that the drones construct combs by themselves in the same hive and in the same comb that they share with the bees, but that they make no honey, but subsist, they and their grubs also, on the honey made by the bees. The drones, as a rule, keep inside the hive. When they go out of doors, they soar up in the air in a stream, whirling round and round in a kind of gymnastic exercise. When this is over, they come inside the hive, and feed to repletion ravenously. The kings never quit the hive, except in conjunction with the entire swarm, either for food or for any other reason. They say that if a young swarm go astray, it will turn back upon its route, and by the aid of scent seek out its leader. It is said that if he is unable to fly, he is carried by the swarm, and that if he dies, the swarm perishes. And that if this swarm outlives the king for a while and constructs combs, no honey is produced, and the bees soon die out. Bees scramble up the stalks of flowers and rapidly gather the beeswax with their front legs. The front legs wipe it off onto the middle legs, and these pass it on to the hollow curves of the hind legs. When thus laden, they fly away home, and one may see plainly that their load is a heavy one. On each expedition, the bee does not fly from a flower of one kind to a flower of another, but flies from one violet, say, to another violet, and never meddles with another flower until it has got back to the hive. On reaching the hive, they throw off their load, and each bee on his return is accompanied by 3 or 4 companions. One cannot well tell what is the substance they gather, nor the exact process of their work. Their mode of gathering wax has been observed on olive trees, as owing to the thickness of the leaves, the bees remain stationary for a considerable while. After this work is over, they attend to the grubs. There is nothing to prevent grubs, honey, and drones being all found in one and the same comb. As long as the leader is alive, the drones are said to be produced apart by themselves. If he be no longer living, they are said to be reared by the bees in their own cells, and under these circumstances to become more spirited. For this reason they are called sting drones, not that they really have stings, but that they have the wish without the power to use such weapons. The cells for the drones are larger than the others. Sometimes the bees construct cells for the drones apart, but usually they put them in amongst their own. And when this is the case, the beekeepers cut the drone cells out of the combs. There are several species of bees, as has been said. 2 of kings, the better kind red, the other black and variegated, and twice as big as the working bee. The best working bee is small, round, and speckled. Another kind is long and like an anthrene wasp. Another kind is what is called the robber bee, black and flat-bellied. Then there is the drone, the largest of all, but devoid of sting and lazy. There is a difference between the progeny of bees that inhabit cultivated land and of those from the mountains. The forest bees are more shaggy, smaller, more industrious, and more fierce. Working bees make their combs all even, with the superficial covering quite smooth. Each comb is of one kind only, that is, it contains either bees only, or grubs only, or drones only. If it happen, however, that they make in one and the same comb all these kinds of cells, each separate kind will be built in a continuous row right through. The long bees build uneven combs, with the lids of the cells protuberant, like those of the anthrene. Grubs and everything else have no fixed places, but are put anywhere. From these bees come inferior kings, a large quantity of drones, and the so-called robber bee. They produce either no honey at all, or honey in very small quantities. Bees brood over the combs and so mature them. If they fail to do so, the combs are said to go bad and to get covered with a sort of spider's web. If they can keep brooding over the part undamaged, the damaged part simply eats itself away. If they cannot so brood, the entire comb perishes. In the damaged combs, small worms are engendered, which take on wings and fly away. When the combs keep settling down, the bees restore the level surface and put props underneath the combs to give themselves free passage room. For if such free passage be lacking, they cannot brood, and the cobwebs come on. When the robber bee and the drone appear, not only do they do no work themselves, but they actually damage the work of the other bees. If they are caught in the act, they are killed by the working bees. These bees also kill without mercy most of their kings, and especially kings of the inferior sort. And this they do for fear a multiplicity of kings should lead to a dismemberment of the hive. They kill them especially when the hive is deficient in grubs, and a swarm is not intended to take place. Under these circumstances, they destroy the cells of the kings, if they have been prepared, on the ground that these kings are always ready to lead out swarms. They destroy also the combs of the drones, if a failure in the honey supply be threatening, and the hive runs short of provisions. Under such circumstances, they fight desperately with all who try to take their honey, and eject from the hive all the resident drones, and oftentimes the drones are to be seen sitting apart in the hive. The little bees fight vigorously with the long kind, and try to banish them from the hives. If they succeed, the hive will be unusually productive, but if the bigger bees get left mistresses of the field, they pass the time in idleness, and do no good at all but die out before the autumn. Whenever the working bees kill an enemy, they try to do so out of doors. And whenever one of their own body dies, they carry the dead bee out of doors also. The so-called robber bees spoil their own combs, and if they can do so unnoticed, enter and spoil the combs of other bees. If they are caught in the act, they are put to death. It is no easy task for them to escape detection, for there are sentinels on guard at every entry, and even if they do escape detection on entering, afterwards from a surfeit of food they cannot fly, but go rolling about in front of the hive, so that their chances of escape are small indeed. The kings are never themselves seen outside the hive except with a swarm in flight, during which time all the other bees cluster around them. When the flight of a swarm is imminent, a monotonous and quite peculiar sound made by all the bees is heard for several days, and for 2 or 3 days in advance a few bees are seen flying round the hive. It has never as yet been ascertained, owing to the difficulty of the observation, whether or no the king is among these. When they have swarmed, they fly away and separate off to each of the kings. If a small swarm happens to settle near to a large one, it will shift to join this large one, and if the king whom they have abandoned follows them, they put him to death. So much for the quitting of the hive and the swarm flight. Separate detachments of bees are told off for diverse operations. That is, some carry flower produce, others carry water, others smooth and arrange the combs. A bee carries water when it is rearing grubs. No bee ever settles on the flesh of any creature, or ever eats animal food. They have no fixed date for commencing work, but when their provender is forthcoming, and they are in comfortable trim, and by preference in summer they set to work, and when the weather is fine they work incessantly. The bee, when quite young, and in fact only 3 days old, after shedding its chrysalis case, begins to work if it be well fed. When a swarm is settling, some bees detach themselves in search of food and return back to the swarm. In hives that are in good condition, the production of young bees is discontinued only for the 40 days that follow the winter solstice. When the grubs are grown, the bees put food beside them and cover them with a coating of wax, and as soon as the grub is strong enough, he of his own accord breaks the lid and comes out. Creatures that make their appearance in hives and spoil the combs, the working bees clear out. But the other bees, from sheer laziness, look with indifference on damage done to their produce. When the bee masters take out the combs, they leave enough food behind for winter use. If it be sufficient in quantity, the occupants of the hive will survive. If it be insufficient, then, if the weather be rough, they die on the spot. But if it be fair, they fly away and desert the hive. They feed on honey summer and winter, but they store up another article of food resembling wax in hardness, which by some is called sandarake or bee bread. Their worst enemies are wasps and the birds named titmice, and furthermore the swallow and the bee-eater. The frogs in the marsh also catch them if they come in their way by the water side, and for this reason beekeepers chase the frogs from the ponds from which the bees take water. They destroy also wasps' nests and the nests of swallows in the neighborhood of the hives, and also the nests of bee-eaters. Bees have fear only of one another. They fight with one another and with wasps. Away from the hive they attack neither their own species nor any other creature, but in the close proximity of the hive they kill whatever they get hold of. Bees that sting die from their inability to extract the sting, without at the same time extracting their intestines. True, they often recover if the person stung takes the trouble to press the sting out, but once it loses its sting, the bee must die. They can kill with their stings, even large animals. In fact, a horse has been known to have been stung to death by them. The kings are the least disposed to show anger or to inflict a sting. Bees that die are removed from the hive, and in every way the creature is remarkable for its cleanly habits. In point of fact, they often fly away to a distance to avoid their excrement because it is malodorous, and, as has been said, they are annoyed by all bad smells, and by the scent of perfumes, so much so that they sting people that use perfumes. They perish from a number of accidental causes, and when their kings become too numerous and try each to carry away a portion of the swarm. The toad also feeds on bees. He comes to the doorway of the hive, puffs himself out as he sits on the watch, and devours the creatures as they come flying out. The bees can in no way retaliate, but the beekeeper makes a point of killing him. As for the class of bee that has been spoken of as inferior or good for nothing, and as constructing its combs so roughly, some beekeepers say that it is the young bees that act so from inexperience, and the bees of the current year are termed young. The young bees do not sting as the others do, and it is for this reason that swarms may be safely carried, as it is of young bees that they are composed. When honey runs short, they expel the drones, and the beekeepers supply the bees with figs and sweet-tasting articles of food. The elder bees do the indoor work and are rough and hairy from staying indoors. The young bees do the outer carrying and are comparatively smooth. They kill the drones also when in their work they are confined for room. The drones, by the way, live in the innermost recess of the hive. On one occasion, when a hive was in a poor condition, some of the occupants assailed a foreign hive. Proving victorious in a combat, they took to carrying off the honey. When the beekeeper tried to kill them, the other bees came out and tried to beat off the enemy, but made no attempt to sting the man. The diseases that chiefly attack prosperous hives are, first of all, the sclerus. This consists in a growth of little worms on the floor, from which, as they develop, a kind of cobweb grows over the entire hive, and the combs decay. Another diseased condition is indicated in a lassitude on the part of the bees, and in malodorousness of the hive. Bees feed on thyme, and the white thyme is better than the red. In summer the place for the hive should be cool, and in winter warm. They are very apt to fall sick if the plant they are at work on be mildewed. In a high wind they carry a stone by way of ballast to steady them. If a stream be near at hand, they drink from it, and from it only, but before they drink, they first deposit their load. If there be no water near at hand, they disgorge their honey as they drink elsewhere, and at once make off to work. There are 2 seasons for making honey, spring and autumn. The spring honey is sweeter, whiter, and in every way better than the autumn honey. Superior honey comes from fresh comb, and from young shoots. The red honey is inferior, and owes its inferiority to the comb in which it is deposited, just as wine is apt to be spoiled by its cask. Consequently, one should have it looked to and dried. When the thyme is in flower and the comb is full, the honey does not harden. The honey that is golden in hue is excellent. White honey does not come from thyme pure and simple. It is good as a salve for sore eyes and wounds. Poor honey always floats on the surface and should be skimmed off. The fine, clear honey rests below. When the floral world is in full bloom, then they make wax. Consequently, you must then take the wax out of the hive, for they go to work on new wax at once. The flowers from which they gather honey are as follows: the spindle tree, the melilot clover, king's spear, myrtle, flowering reed, withy, and broom. When they work at thyme, they mix in water before sealing up the comb. As has been already stated, they all either fly to a distance to discharge their excrement, or make the discharge into one single comb. The little bees, as has been said, are more industrious than the big ones. Their wings are battered, their colour is black, and they have a burnt-up aspect. Gaudy and showy bees, like gaudy and showy women, are good-for-nothings. Bees seem to take a pleasure in listening to a rattling noise, and consequently men say that they can muster them into a hive by rattling with crockery or stones. It is uncertain, however, whether or no they can hear the noise at all, and also whether their procedure is due to pleasure or alarm. They expel from the hive all idlers and unthrifts. As has been said, they differentiate their work. Some make wax, some make honey, some make bee bread, some shape and mold combs, some bring water to the cells and mingle it with the honey, some engage in out-of-door work. At early dawn they make no noise, until some one particular bee makes a buzzing noise 2 or 3 times, and thereby awakes the rest. Hereupon they all fly in a body to work. By and by they return, and at first are noisy. Then the noise gradually decreases, until at last some one bee flies round about, making a buzzing noise, and apparently calling on the others to go to sleep. Then, all of a sudden, there is a dead silence. The hive is known to be in good condition if the noise heard within it is loud, and if the bees make a flutter as they go out and in, for at this time they are constructing brood cells. They suffer most from hunger when they recommence work after winter. They become somewhat lazy if the beekeeper, in robbing the hive, leave behind too much honey. Still, one should leave cells numerous in proportion to the population, for the bees work in a spiritless way if too few combs are left. They become idle also, as being dispirited if the hive be too big. A hive yields to the beekeeper 6 or 9 pints of honey. A prosperous hive will yield 12 or 15 pints. Exceptionally good hives, 18. Sheep, and as has been said, wasps are enemies to the bees. Beekeepers entrap the latter by putting a flat dish on the ground with pieces of meat on it. When a number of the wasps settle on it, they cover them with a lid and put the dish and its contents on the fire. It is a good thing to have a few drones in a hive, as their presence increases the industry of the workers. Bees can tell the approach of rough weather or of rain, and the proof is that they will not fly away, but even while it is as yet fine, they go fluttering about within a restricted space, and the beekeeper knows from this that they are expecting bad weather. When the bees inside the hive hang clustering to one another, it is a sign that the swarm is intending to quit. Consequently, beekeepers, on seeing this, besprinkle the hive with sweet wine. It is advisable to plant about the hive pear trees, beans, median grass, Syrian grass, yellow pulse, myrtle, poppies, creeping thyme, and almond trees. Some beekeepers sprinkle their bees with flour and can distinguish them from others when they are at work out of doors. If the spring be late, or if there be drought or blight, then grubs are all the fewer in the hives. So much for the habits of bees. End of chapter 40. Book 1, chapters 11 to 15 of History of Animals by Aristotle. Translated by D'Arcy Wentworth Thompson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11. Furthermore, there is a portion of the head whereby an animal hears, a part incapable of breathing, the ear. I say incapable of breathing, for Alcmaeon is mistaken when he says that goats inspire through their ears. Of the ear, one part is unnamed, the other part is called the lobe, and it is entirely composed of gristle and flesh. The ear is constructed internally like the trumpet shell, and the innermost bone is like the ear itself, and into it at the end the sound makes its way, as into the bottom of a jar. This receptacle does not communicate by any passage with the brain, but does so with the palate, and a vein extends from the brain towards it. The eyes also are connected with the brain, and each of them lies at the end of a little vein. Of animals possessed of ears, man is the only one that cannot move this organ. Of creatures possessed of hearing, some have ears, whilst others have none, but merely have the passages for ears visible, as, for example, feathered animals, or animals coated with horny tessellates. Viviparous animals, with the exception of the seal, the dolphin, and those others which after a similar fashion to these are cetaceans, are all provided with ears. For, by the way, the shark kind are also viviparous. Now the seal has the passages visible whereby it hears, But the dolphin can hear, but has no ears, nor yet any passages visible. But man alone is unable to move his ears, and all other animals can move them, and the ears lie with man in the same horizontal plane with the eyes, and not in a plane above them, as is the case with some quadrupeds. Of ears, some are fine, some are coarse, and some are of medium texture. The last kind are best for hearing, but they serve in no way to indicate character. Some ears are large, some small, some medium-sized. Again, some stand out far, some lie in close and tight, and some take up a medium position. Of these, such as are of medium size and of medium position are indications of the best disposition, while the large and outstanding ones indicate a tendency to irrelevant talk or chattering. The part intercepted between the eye, the ear, and the crown is termed the temple. Again, there is a part of the countenance that serves as a passage for the breath, the nose. For a man inhales and exhales by this organ, and sneezing is effected by its means, which last is an outward rush of collected breath, and is the only mode of breath used as an omen, and regarded as supernatural. Both inhalation and exhalation go right on from the nose towards the chest, and with the nostrils alone, and separately it is impossible to inhale or exhale, owing to the fact that the inspiration and respiration take place from the chest along the windpipe, and not by any portion connected with the head. And indeed it is possible for a creature to live without using this process of nasal respiration. Again, smelling takes place by means of the nose, smelling, or the sensible discrimination of odor, and the nostril admits of easy motion, and is not like the ear intrinsically immovable. A part of it, composed of gristle, constitutes a septum or partition, and part is an open passage. For the nostril consists of two separate channels. The nostril or nose of the elephant is long and strong, and the animal uses it like a hand, for by means of this organ it draws objects towards it, and takes hold of them, and introduces its food into its mouth, whether liquid or dry food, and it is the only living creature that does so. Furthermore, there are two jaws. The front part of them constitutes the chin, and the hinder part the cheek. All animals move the lower jaw, with the exception of the river crocodile. This creature moves the upper jaw only. Next, after the nose, come two lips composed of flesh and facile of motion. The mouth lies inside the jaws and lips. Parts of the mouth are the roof or palate and the pharynx. The part that is sensible of taste is the tongue. The sensation has its seat at the tip of the tongue. If the object to be tasted be placed on the flat surface of the organ, the taste is less sensibly experienced. The tongue is sensitive in all other ways wherein flesh in general is so. That is, it can appreciate hardness or warmth and cold in any part of it, just as it can appreciate taste. The tongue is sometimes broad, sometimes narrow, and sometimes of medium width. The last kind is the best and the clearest in its discrimination of taste. Moreover, the tongue is sometimes loosely hung and sometimes fastened, as in the case of those who mumble and who lisp. The tongue consists of flesh, soft and spongy, and the so-called epiglottis is a part of this organ. That part of the mouth that splits into two bits is called the tonsils. That part that splits into many bits, the gums. Both the tonsils and the gums are composed of flesh. In the gums are teeth composed of bone. Inside the mouth is another part shaped like a bunch of grapes, a pillar streaked with veins. If this pillar gets relaxed and inflamed, it is called uvula or bunch of grapes, and it then has a tendency to bring about suffocation. Chapter 12. The neck is the part between the face and the trunk. Of this, the front part is the larynx, and the back part the gullet. The front part, composed of gristle, through which respiration and speech is effected, is termed the windpipe. The part that is fleshy is the esophagus, inside, just in front of the chine. The part to the back of the neck is the epimus, or shoulder point. These, then, are the parts to be met with before you come to the thorax. To the trunk there is a front part and a back part. Next, after the neck, in the front part is the chest, with a pair of breasts. To each of the breasts is attached a teat or nipple, through which, in the case of females, the milk percolates, and the breast is of a spongy texture. Milk, by the way, is found at times in the male, but with the male the flesh of the breast is tough. With the female it is soft and porous. Chapter 13. Next, after the thorax, and in front, comes the belly, and its root the navel. Underneath this root the bilateral part is the flank, the undivided part below the navel the abdomen, the extremity of which is the region of the pubis, and above the navel the hypochondrium. The cavity common to the hypochondrium and the flank is the gut cavity. Serving as a brace girdle to the hinder parts is the pelvis, and hence it gets its name, osphoos, for it is symmetrical, esophagus, in appearance. Of the fundament, the part for resting on is termed the rump, and the part whereon the thigh pivots is termed the socket, or acetabulum. The womb is a part peculiar to the female, and the penis is peculiar to the male. This latter organ is external and situated at the extremity of the trunk. It is composed of two separate parts, of which the extreme part is fleshy, does not alter in size, and is called the glans, and round about it is a skin devoid of any specific title, which integument, if it be cut asunder, never grows together again, any more than does the jaw or the eyelid. And the connection between the latter and the glans is called the frenum. The remaining part of the penis is composed of gristle. It is easily susceptible of enlargement, and it protrudes and recedes in the reverse directions to what is observable in the identical organ in cats. Underneath the penis are two testicles, and the integument of these is a skin that is termed the scrotum. Testicles are not identical with flesh, and are not altogether diverse from it, but by and by we shall treat in an exhaustive way regarding all such parts. Chapter 14. The privy part of the female is in character opposite to that of the male. In other words, the part under the pubis is hollow or receding, and not, like the male organ, protruding. Further, there is an urethra outside the womb, which organ serves as a passage for the sperm of the male, and as an outlet for liquid excretion to both sexes. The part common to the neck and chest is the throat. The armpit is common to side, arm, and shoulder, and the groin is common to thigh and abdomen. the part inside the thigh and buttocks is the perineum, and the part outside the thigh and buttocks is the hypogluteus. The front parts of the trunk have now been enumerated. The part behind the chest is termed the back. Chapter 15. Parts of the back are a pair of shoulder blades, the backbone, and underneath, on a level with the belly in the trunk, the loins. Common to the upper and lower part of the trunk are the ribs, 8 on either side, for as to the so-called 7-ribbed ligyans, we have not received any trustworthy evidence. Man, then, has an upper and a lower part, a front and a back part, a right and a left side. Now, the right and the left side are pretty well alike in their parts, and identical throughout, except that the left side is the weaker of the two. But the back parts do not resemble the front ones, neither do the lower ones the upper, only that these upper and lower parts may be said to resemble one another thus far, that if the face be plump or meagre, the abdomen is plump or meagre to correspond, and that the legs correspond to the arms, and where the upper arm is short, the thigh is usually short also, and where the feet are small, the hands are small correspondingly. Of the limbs, one set forming a pair is arms. To the arm belong the shoulder, upper arm, elbow, forearm, and hand. To the hand belong the palm and the 5 fingers. The part of the finger that bends is termed knuckle. The part that is inflexible is termed the phalanx. The big finger or thumb is single-jointed. The other fingers are double-jointed. The bending both of the arm and of the finger takes place from without inwards in all cases, and the arm bends at the elbow. The inner part of the hand is termed the palm, and is fleshy and divided by joints or lines, in the case of long-lived people by 1 or 2 extending right across, in the case of the short-lived by 2 not so extending. The joint between hand and arm is termed the wrist. The outside or back of the hand is sinewy and has no specific designation. There is another duplicate limb, the leg. Of this limb, the double-knobbed part is termed the thigh bone, the sliding part the kneecap, the double-boned part the leg. The front part of this latter is termed the shin, and the part behind it the calf, wherein the flesh is sinewy and venous, in some cases drawn upwards towards the hollow behind the knee, as in the case of people with large hips, and in other cases drawn downwards. The lower extremity of the shin is the ankle, duplicate in either leg. The part of the limb that contains a multiplicity of bones is the foot. The hinder part of the foot is the heel. At the front of it, the divided part consists of toes, 5 in number. The fleshy part underneath is the ball. The upper part or back of the foot is sinewy and has no particular appellation. Of the toe, one portion is the nail, and another the joint, and the nail is in all cases at the extremity, and toes are without exception single-jointed. Men that have the inside or sole of the foot clumsy and not arched, that is, that walk resting on the entire under surface of their feet, are prone to roguery. The joint common to thigh and shin is the knee. These, then, are the parts common to the male and the female sex. The relative position of the parts as to up and down, or to front and back, or to right and left, All this, as regards externals, might safely be left to mere ordinary perception. But for all that, we must treat of them for the same reason as the one previously brought forward. That is to say, we must refer to them in order that a due and regular sequence may be observed in our exposition, and in order that by the enumeration of these obvious facts, due attention may be subsequently given to those parts in men and other animals that are diverse in any way from one another. In man, above all other animals, the terms upper and lower are used in harmony with their natural positions. For in him, upper and lower have the same meaning as when they are applied to the universe as a whole. In like manner, the terms in front, behind, right, and left are used in accordance with their natural sense. But in regard to other animals, in some cases these distinctions do not exist, and in others they do so, but in a vague way. For instance, the head with all animals is up and above in respect to their bodies, but man alone, as has been said, has, in maturity, this part uppermost in respect to the material universe. Next, after the head comes the neck, and then the chest and the back, the one in front and the other behind. Next, after these, come the belly, the loins, the sexual parts, and the haunches, then the thigh and shin, and lastly the feet. The legs bend frontwards in the direction of actual progression, and frontwards also lies that part of the foot which is the most effective of motion, and the flexure of that part. But the heel lies at the back, and the ankle bones lie laterally earwise. The arms are situated to right and left, and bend inwards, so that the convexities formed by bent arms and legs are practically face to face with one another in the case of man. As for the senses, and for the organs of sensation, the eyes, the nostrils, and the tongue, all alike are situated frontwards. The sense of hearing, and the organ of hearing, the ear, is situated sideways, on the same horizontal plane with the eyes. The eyes in man are, in proportion to his size, nearer to one another than in any other animal. Of the senses, man has the sense of touch more refined than any animal, and so also, but in less degree, the sense of taste. In the development of the other senses, he is surpassed by a great number of animals. End of chapter 15. Chapters 47 to 49b of History of Animals by Aristotle. Translated by D'Arcy Wentworth Thompson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 47. The male camel declines intercourse with its mother. If his keeper tries compulsion, he evinces disinclination. On one occasion, when intercourse was being declined by the young male, the keeper covered over the mother and put the young male to her. But when after the intercourse the wrapping had been removed, though the operation was completed and could not be revoked, still by and by he bit his keeper to death. A story goes that the king of Scythia had a highly bred mare, and that all her foals were splendid, that wishing to mate the best of the young males with the mother, he had him brought to the stall for the purpose, that the young horse declined, that after the mother's head had been concealed in a wrapper, he in ignorance had intercourse, and that when immediately afterwards the wrapper was removed, and the head of the mare was rendered visible, the young horse ran away and hurled himself down a precipice. 48. Among the sea fishes, many stories are told about the dolphin, indicative of his gentle and kindly nature, and of manifestations of passionate attachment to boys in and about Tarentum, Caria, and other places. The story goes that after a dolphin had been caught and wounded off the coast of Caria, a shoal of dolphins came into the harbour and stopped there until the fisherman let his captive go free, whereupon the shoal departed. A shoal of young dolphins is always, by way of protection, followed by a large one. On one occasion a shoal of dolphins, large and small, was seen, and two dolphins at a little distance appeared swimming in underneath a little dead dolphin when it was sinking, and supporting it on their backs, trying out of compassion to prevent its being devoured by some predaceous fish. Incredible stories are told regarding the rapidity of movement of this creature. It appears to be the fleetest of all animals, marine and terrestrial, and it can leap over the masts of large vessels. This speed is chiefly manifested when they are pursuing a fish for food. Then, if the fish endeavours to escape, they pursue him in their ravenous hunger down to deep waters. But when the necessary return swim is getting too long, they hold in their breath, as though calculating the length of it, and then draw themselves together for an effort, and shoot up like arrows, trying to make the long ascent rapidly in order to breathe, and in the effort they spring right over a ship's masts, if a ship be in the vicinity. This same phenomenon is observed in divers when they have plunged into deep water, that is, they pull themselves together and rise with a speed proportional to their strength. Dolphins live together in pairs, male and female. It is not known for what reason they run themselves aground on dry land. At all events, it is said that they do so at times, and for no obvious reason. 49. Just as with all animals a change of action follows a change of circumstance, so also a change of character follows a change of action. And often some portions of the physical frame undergo a change, as occurs in the case of birds. Hens, for instance, when they have beaten the cock in a fight, will crow like the cock and endeavour to tread him. The crest rises up on their head, and the tail feathers on the rump, so that it becomes difficult to recognize that they are hens. In some cases there is a growth of small spurs. On the death of a hen, a cock has been seen to undertake the maternal duties, leading the chickens about and providing them with food, and so intent upon these duties as to cease crowing and indulging his sexual propensities. Some cock birds are congenitally so feminine that they will submit patiently to other males who attempt to tread them. 50. Some animals change their form and character, not only at certain ages and at certain seasons, but in consequence of being castrated, and all animals possessed of testicles may be submitted to this operation. Birds have their testicles inside, and oviparous quadrupeds close to the loins, and of viviparous animals that walk, some have them inside, and most have them outside, but all have them at the lower end of the belly. Birds are castrated at the rump, at the part where the two sexes unite in copulation. If you burn this twice or thrice with hot irons, then, if the bird be full grown, his crest grows sallow, he ceases to crow, and forgoes sexual passion. But if you cauterize the bird when young, none of these male attributes or propensities will come to him as he grows up. The case is the same with men. If you mutilate them in boyhood, the latter growing hair never comes, and the voice never changes, but remains high-pitched. If they be mutilated in early manhood, the late growths of hair quit them, except the growth on the groin, and that diminishes but does not entirely depart. The congenital growths of hair never fall out, for a eunuch never grows bald. In the case of all castrated or mutilated male quadrupeds, the voice changes to the feminine voice. All other quadrupeds, when castrated, unless the operation be performed when they are young, invariably die. But in the case of boars, and in their case only, the age at which the operation is performed produces no difference. All animals, if operated on when they are young, become bigger and better looking than their unmutilated fellows. If they be mutilated when full grown, they do not take on any increase of size. If stags be mutilated when, by reason of their age, they have as yet no horns, they never grow horns at all. If they be mutilated when they have horns, the horns remain unchanged in size, and the animal does not lose them. Calves are mutilated when a year old. Otherwise, they turn out uglier and smaller. Steers are mutilated in the following way. They turn the animal over on its back, cut a little off the scrotum at the lower end, and squeeze out the testicles, then push back the roots of them as far as they can, and stop up the incision with hair to give an outlet to suppurating matter. If inflammation ensues, they cauterize the scrotum and put on a plaster. If a full-grown bull be mutilated, he can still, to all appearance, unite sexually with the cow. The ovaries of sows are excised with the view of quenching in them sexual appetites and of stimulating growth in size and fatness. The sow has first to be kept 2 days without food, and after being hung up by the hind legs, it is operated on. They cut the lower belly about the place where the boars have their testicles, for it is there that the ovary grows, adhering to the 2 divisions or horns of the womb. They cut off a little piece and stitch up the incision. Female camels are mutilated when they are wanted for war purposes, and are mutilated to prevent their being got with young. Some of the inhabitants of Upper Asia have as many as 3,000 camels. When they run in consequence of the length of their stride, much quicker than the horses of Nisaea. As a general rule, mutilated animals grow to a greater length than the unmutilated. All animals that ruminate derive profit and pleasure from the process of rumination, as they do from the process of eating. It is the animals that lack the upper teeth that ruminate, such as kine, sheep, and goats. In the case of wild animals, no observation has been possible, save in the case of animals that are occasionally domesticated, such as the stag, and it, we know, chews the cud. All animals that ruminate generally do so when lying down on the ground. They carry on the process to the greatest extent in winter, and stall-fed ruminants carry it on for about 7 months in the year. Beasts that go in herds, as they get their food out of doors, ruminate to a lesser degree and over a lesser period. Some also of the animals that have teeth in both jaws ruminate, as for instance the pontic mice, and the fish which, from the habit, is by some called the ruminant, as well as other fish. Long-limbed animals have loose feces, and broad-chested animals vomit with comparative facility, and these remarks are in a general way applicable to quadrupeds, birds, and men. 49b. A considerable number of birds change according to season the colour of their plumage and their note, as for instance the ousel becomes yellow instead of black, and its note gets altered, for in summer it has a musical note, and in winter a discordant chatter. The thrush also changes its colour. About the throat it is marked in winter with speckles like a starling, in summer distinctly spotted. However, it never alters its note. The nightingale, when the hills are taking on verdure, sings continually for 15 days and 15 nights. Afterwards, it sings, but not continuously. As summer advances, it has a different song, not so varied as before, nor so deep, nor so intricately modulated, but simple. It also changes its color, and in Italy, about this season, it goes by a different name. It goes into hiding, and is consequently visible only for a brief period. The Erythacus, or red beast, and the so-called red start change into one another. The former is a winter bird, the latter a summer one, and the difference between them is practically limited to the coloration of their plumage. In the same way with the beccafico and the blackcap, these change into one another. The beccafico appears about autumn, and the blackcap as soon as autumn has ended. These birds also differ from one another only in color and note. That these birds, to a name, are one in reality is proved by the fact that at the period when the change is in progress, each one has been seen with the change as yet incomplete. It is not so very strange that in these cases there is a change in note and in plumage, for even the ringdove ceases to coo in winter, and recommences cooing when spring comes in. In winter, however, when fine weather has succeeded to very stormy weather, this bird has been known to give its cooing note, to the astonishment of such as were acquainted with its usual winter silence. As a general rule, birds sing most loudly and most diversely in the pairing season. The cuckoo changes its color, and its note is not clearly heard for a short time previous to its departure. It departs about the rising of the dog star, and it reappears from springtime to the rising of the dog star. At the rise of this star, the bird, called by some enanthe, disappears and reappears when it is setting, thus keeping clear at one time of extreme cold and at another time of extreme heat. The hoopoe also changes its color and appearance, as Aeschylus has represented in the following lines. Quote, "The hoopoe, witness to his own distress, is clad by Zeus' invariable dress. Now a gay mountain bird with knightly crest, now in the white hawk's silver plumage dressed. For, timely changing on the hawk's white wing, he greets the apparition of the spring. Thus twofold form and colour are conferred, in youth and age, upon the selfsame bird. The spangled raiment marks his youthful days, the argent his maturity displays, and when the fields are yellow with ripe corn, again his particoloured plumes are worn. But evermore in sullen discontent, he seeks the lonely hills in self-sought banishment." Close quote. Of birds, some take a dust bath by rolling in dust, some take a water bath, and some take neither the one bath nor the other. Birds that do not fly, but keep on the ground, take the dust bath, as for instance the hen, the partridge, the francolin, the crested lark, the pheasant. Some of the straight-taloned birds, and such as live on the banks of a river, in marshes or by the sea, take a water bath. Some birds take both the dust bath and the water bath, as for instance the pigeon and the sparrow. Of the crooked-taloned birds, the greater part take neither the one bath nor the other. So much for the ways of the above mentioned. But some birds have a peculiar habit of making a noise at their hinder quarters, as for instance the turtle-dove, and they make a violent movement of their tails, at the same time that they produce this peculiar sound. End of chapter 49b and end of book 9.